LangChain is a framework for developing applications powered by large language models like GPT-4. In this course, you will learn LangChain by building 6 end-to-end projects with the OpenAI API, Google Gemini Pro, and LLAMA2. You'll also learn how to deploy projects to the Hugging Face platform. Chris Knack developed this course.
Considering this, here is an amazing video of the entire LangChain crash course. Along with this, we'll be discussing 6+ end-to-end projects, LLM projects, using different LLM models. From OpenAI, we'll be using LLAMA2 from Meta. We'll also be using Google Gemini Pro. Not only that, we'll also be using Hugging Face, and we'll also be seeing how we can deploy this in Hugging Space platform itself, which is provided by Hugging Face itself. Right? So there will be somewhere around 6+ end-to-end projects. We'll develop both the front end, back end. I hope you enjoy this entire series. This is a long video, so please make sure that you devote some amount of time every day and try to practice as much more you can, right? So in order to push this video to many people out there, guys, I'll keep the like target to 2000. Please make sure that you hit like, share with all the friends, share your work in LinkedIn and different platforms, tag me over there. I'll be very happy to see what all things you're specifically developing. So let's go ahead and enjoy the series, and I hope you practice along with me. All the materials will be given in the description of this particular video. So let's go ahead, guys. So finally, here is the LangChain series, and this is probably the first video where I'm probably going to discuss a very good one-shot video about LangChain, all the important components that you specifically need to know to build projects. Now, why I'm stressing on LangChain is that because many people recently, some of my students and some of experienced professionals who switched into data science industry, they are getting work that are related to large language models, and they're specifically using LangChain, and the community with respect to LangChain is also increasing. So that is the reason I've created this dedicated playlist, and I'm going to discuss a lot many things. This video, we will understand all the important components with LangChain, what you specifically need to know with respect to the practical orientation. And from the next video onwards, lot of end-to-end projects are probably going to come up. In this video also, I'll discuss about one Q&A project, Chatbot in short. We'll try to use Streamlit. It's not like we only have to use Streamlit. You can also use Flask. You can use anything as you want, right? But Streamlit, it provides you a good UI. You can also use Gradio if you want, right? It is up to you. So what all things we are specifically going to discuss? First of all, we'll try to understand the agenda, and then we will try to do step by step. Each and every line of code will be done. And as I said, this is just like a kind of LangChain one-shot video. Just to give you an example that how we are probably going to create our end-to-end application after we deploy that in a specific cloud like Hugging Face, right? It provides you entire environment to probably host your application. This is what we are going to create this chatbot. See, if I probably ask what is the capital of India, then you'll be able to see that I'll be able to get the answer. What is the capital of Australia? Many people get confused with the capital of Australia. Please do comment down in the comment section what is the capital of Australia, and let's see whether it is right or not. So here you can see the capital of Australia is Canberra. So we are going to create this application at the end of the day. But before that, we really need to understand a lot of important components in LangChain. So let's go ahead and let's start this particular session. Before I go ahead, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel, press the bell notification icon, and share with many friends so that it will also be helpful for them, and it will also be helpful for me so that you are able to provide this open source content to everyone out there. Many people require help, and you should be the medium to provide this specific help by just sharing it, right? So what is the agenda? We'll understand. As I said, this will be completely a practical oriented video. It'll be a long video where I'll be talking more about practical things, how you can implement LangChain, how you can probably implement various important functionalities in LangChain and use it probably to build an end-to-end application. So first of all, we'll go ahead and do the environment setup. This is commonly required. You also require an OpenAI key, API key. So this also, I will show you how it is done. Then we'll try to build simple applications with the help of LLMs. 3 important things are there: LLMs, prompt templates, and output parser. Okay. In LLMs, you specifically have LLMs and chat models. Chat models are basically used in Chatbot to understand the context, reference and all, right? I will also be discussing this practical. Prompt templates can play a very important role. And then coming to the third one, that is called as output parser. In short, prompt template and LLMs and output parser gives a very good combination of output. Like it'll give you a good output, the output like you specifically want, right? So that is where output parsers will also be used. Before to go ahead with what I will do is that first of all, just go to the OpenAI website itself and get your API key. How you should get it, just go to this account and there you'll be able to see view API key and create the new secret key, right? So once you create it, give the key name and then copy it and keep it, right? I'm not going to share mine. So that is the reason why I'm showing you this specific step. Now I will go to my VS Code. All my coding will be done in this VS Code itself. Here you can see it is completely blank, right? I've just opened a folder in the form of a project. Now all you have to do is start your project over here. Now the first thing, as usual, what we need to do, we need to create a new environment, right? So this is the first step that you specifically need to create with respect to an environment. So don't miss this specific step. It is important. And probably whatever projects that we are going to discuss in the future, we have to do this specific step. So I will write pip install, conda create, I'm creating an environment. So let me just not open in PowerShell. Instead, I'll go and open in command prompt. Okay. So here I will just write conda create -p venv Python = 3.9. So 3.9 is the version that I'm going to specifically use, and I'm also going to give -y so that it does not ask me for the permission and instead start creating this specific environment. The reason why I'm using this environment, understand one thing, that guys, for every project that we probably create, we have to create a new environment. That actually helps us to just understand or just use only those libraries that are actually required for this particular project. Okay, so this is the first step. Go ahead, do it with me, and do it in VS Code, because VS Code is a good idea. If you want to do it in PyCharm, then also you can do it. But since you're following this tutorial, I'm actually going to do it in VS Code. I feel VS Code is good. I've used both. Okay, I've used different IDs, but I feel VS Code is good. Okay, so here it is. Now here you can probably see my venv environment. The next thing, we will go ahead and activate this venv environment. So I will write conda activate venv dash. Okay, so this is my first step done. I'm good with it. Now the next thing what I will go to do is that I will just go ahead and write my requirement.txt, right? Because we need to install the libraries inside this particular venv environment. So I will go ahead and write all the list of libraries that I'm specifically going to use. Now what are libraries I'm going to use over here? We will just write it down so that the first library that I'm going to use is LangChain, then OpenAI, and I think I'll be using Hugging Face also later on. It is also called as Hugging Face Hub. That I will show you as we go ahead. Okay, so these are the two libraries that I'm going to specifically use. Okay, now the next thing what I will do, I will go ahead and write pip install -r. Okay, so let me just hide my face so that you'll be able to see pip install -r requirement.txt. So once this installation will take place, that basically means my requirement.txt is getting installed. That basically means all the libraries that I actually require over here, that is getting installed. And for this, I require LangChain and OpenAI. Okay, so once this installation will be taken place, like it will be done. Now one more library I'll be required is called as ipykernel, because if I really want to run any Jupyter notebook over here, I have to use that. Okay, so let's wait and let's see once the installation is probably done, and then we will continue the video. So guys, all the libraries that were present in the requirement.txt has been installed. Now the next step that I'm probably going to do is also install ipykernel, which will be required to run my Jupyter notebook. So I will go ahead and write pip install ipykernel. Now understand one thing, I'm not writing this library in requirement.txt because when we do the deployment in the cloud, IPy kernel will not be required. Okay, so that is the reason I'm installing separately pip install IPy kernel in the same venv environment, because venv environment also we are not going to push it, right? So you can probably see over here downloading this will happen and automatically the download will happen itself, right? Now the next thing what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write langchain.ipynb. Okay, pynb. So this will basically be my Jupyter notebook that I will specifically be using. Okay, so right now it is detecting kernel. Once this installation will probably happen, and then we will also be able to see the kernel. Okay, so this is all the steps, all the basic steps that you probably require. From this, you can start creating end-to-end project, but at least you require this. Along with this, I'm also going to add two more steps. One is about environment files, .env file. Okay, so here what I will do, I will write .env file. Okay. Inside this env file, the reason why I'm writing this env file, because I need to probably use my OpenAPI key and probably mention the OpenAPI key over here. So if I probably write it like this, and whatever API key that I'm probably getting from the website, I can upload it over here, and using load environment function, right? We can load this API key as a variable so that we can actually call our API key over there. So I will update this later on as we go ahead. Okay, so till here everything is done. This is my LangChain IPynb file. I will go ahead and detect the environment. This is what 3.9.0. So here it is. So let's see whether it is working or not. 1 + 1, it's working, right? So this is perfectly all right. So everything over here is done with respect to this, and I'm very much happy this is working, which is really, really good. Okay, so this is done. Now what I am actually going to do over here is that we need to import some of the important libraries like OpenAI and all, right? So for this, I will go ahead and write from LangChain.LLMs. Okay, import OpenAI. See, there are a lot many models like LLMs and all. First, we'll start with OpenAI. Understand one thing, guys. The reason why I say this is completely practical oriented, because you need to have the basic knowledge of machine learning, deep learning and all. But this specific libraries is used to build application, fine-tune your application with respect to models, with respect to your own data set. Most of the things, just with writing proper lines of code, will be implemented in an easier way. So you really need to focus on things, how things are basically done. Okay. Now the next thing what I will do, I will write import OS, and I will say OS dot environment. Okay. And here I will give my open underscore API underscore key. Okay. This is how you should basically write it down to import the API key. Now what I will do, I will keep this hidden from you. So just imagine I cannot show you the API key because I will be using my own personal API key itself. So I will go ahead and probably pause my video and update the API key, and I'll remove this specific code. Okay, that is what I'm actually going to do so that none of you basically sees that. And it is important, you have to use your own API key. So let me quickly go ahead and do that, and let me come back. So guys, this is how you have to probably import your API key. I've made some changes. So if you also copy, it is not going to work. I made some internal changes in between changes. So you just need to write os.environment open API key, and this API key that you have specifically got. Okay. So this is the initial step. I have also imported OpenAI so that I will be able to call this particular OpenAI itself. Now this is done. This is good. Everything is working absolutely fine. Now what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to create my LLM model and go ahead and write my OpenAI. Let's see, OpenAI function, is the called or not? Let's see. Okay, OpenAI from LangChain, OpenAI, and inside this OpenAI, what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to basically call a variable which is called as temperature. And temperature right now, you can keep the value between 0 to 1. The more the value towards 1, the more different kind of creative answers you may get, right? If the value is towards 0, then what kind of output you are probably getting from the LLM models, it is going to be almost same from the anytime you probably execute. So here I'm just going to keep it as 0.6. So this is basically my OpenAI LLM model. Okay, now this is done. My LLM model is there. So here you can see did not find an OpenAI key. Please add an environment variable OpenAI key. Now this is the error that you are specifically getting, right? So why this particular error is probably coming, you should definitely understand. Okay, without this, understand that this kind of errors can come to you. The reason why I will not edit this particular error, because I really want you all to understand. It is saying did not find OpenAI API key. Now what you can probably do with respect to this, okay, there are two different things that you can probably do. Either you can take this API key, save it in a constant variable and try to use that particular variable over here, right? So for that also, you can directly do that. I have also created this .env file. What you can do, you can load this environment variable and probably directly read it over there, right? But let me just go ahead with a simple way, so you will be able to understand with respect to that also. So here what I'm going to do, here I will go ahead and probably say open API key. And here I will go to write os.environment. Okay. And here I'm going to define my open API key. Okay. Now let's see whether this will get executed or not. I will show you much more better ways when we are probably executing our end-to-end application. So let me go ahead. OpenAI key is not defined because I use double equal to. Perfect. Now you can see that it has got executed perfectly. Now, when I am actually creating an end-to-end project, I will show you a better way, the most efficient way that we should specifically use when you are building an end-to-end project. But right now I'll go to focus like this. Now understand one thing is that with respect to temperature variable, right? The temperature that we have specifically used, I will give a comment over here and you can probably see over here, right? So temperature value, how creative we want our model to be. 0 means temperature, it means model is very safe, it is not taking any bets, it will risk, it might generate wrong output, it may be creative. So more the value towards 1, the more creative the model becomes, right? It is going to take more risk to provide you some more better. But again, with respect to risk, again, there may be a problem, you may get a wrong output. Perfect. This is the simple step that we have done. At the end, in this video only, I'm going to probably create an end-to-end project. I understand this will be very important for everyone because as we go ahead in the next videos, the project difficulty will keep on increasing. Okay. Now this is done. Now what I will do quickly, I will go ahead and write text. Let's say the text is, what is the capital of India? Okay. So here I will write print LLM.predict and here I'm going to basically write my text. So here you can see the capital of India is New Delhi. So here what I have done is that this is my input, and if we use LLM.predict, I'm going to probably get the text. So if you are liking this video till here, guys, as I'm teaching you step by step, I'm explaining you each and everything, please make sure that you practice in a better way, right? If you like it, please make sure that you subscribe the channel also. Okay. So this is done, LLM.predict, and we are able to probably get the output. Okay. So understand what all things we did. We created an OpenAI model, right? But here in the OpenAI, right, you should also understand one important thing. Here there is a parameter which is called as model. Now what all model you can probably bring it over here. What all model you can probably call. So here I will go to my documentation page. Okay. And if I probably click on the models, now here are the set of models that you can probably use. By default, it is calling this GPT 3.5 Turbo. It is the most capable GPT 3.5 model and optimized for a chat at the 1/10 the cost of a DaVinci 003. Will be updated with our latest model iteration 2 weeks after it is released. It's not like you only have to use this. You can use this, you can use this, you can use this, you can use this. Whatever models you want, you can probably use it. If you want to probably go with GPT-4, you can use this, you can use this, you can use this. But at the end of the day, GPT-4 is the most amazing thing. It is more capable than GPT 3.5. So this is what models is. By default over there, it is probably taking this specific model, which you can probably use it. Now, as we go ahead, it is not like you can only call this model itself. In Hugging Face, you have open source models also, right? From Google, from different companies, you have that open source LLM models. You can also call that, and I will also show you an example with respect to that. Okay, so till here, I hope you have understood it. I think you should give a thumbs up if you are able to understand till here. Now let's go ahead and do one more thing. I will also show you with respect to Hugging Face now. Okay, now with respect to Hugging Face, what I will do, I will quickly go ahead and write Hugging Face underscore hub, right? I will probably install this library. Now let me go ahead and open my terminal. Okay, so I will delete this, and quickly we will go ahead and write pip install, and it's our requirement.txt. Done. So this is getting executed, and then I will probably show you with respect to Hugging Face also. So Hugging Face, this is done. Okay, the installation is done. So you have to use Hugging Face hub. Now, in case of Hugging Face also, right, you will specifically get you will also be getting because at the end of the day, we'll also try to deploy it over here. If you go to settings, right, and if you go to access tokens, here you can probably see I have some kind of token, right? And with the help of this particular token only, you will be able to call any models that are available over here. So in this models, if you probably go ahead and see, there are a lot of LLM models that are available, right? So if you probably go over here, natural language, token classification, question answer, like let's say text to text generation. This is basically one kind of LLM model. I will search for one name. Okay, so the name is Flan. Okay, Flan T5 base. Okay, so this specific model, T5 large, this is a text to text generation model, right? So this is also an LLM model. If I want, I can use this also. Why I can use this? Because this is an open source. Okay, if you want to probably see the answer, right, text to text generation, false or not, false or false is if I want to compute it, right, it will give me some specific output. Okay, false or false is the verb, right? Something like this. It is getting an output, right? So I can also create my chat models with the help of this kind of models directly by using this API, right? But how to do it? Let's go ahead and see it. Okay, so here what I will do quickly, I will first of all import one more important thing again in my environment variable, os.environment. And here I'm going to basically write, in the case of Hugging Face, I have to use something called as Hugging, I have to write in capital letter, Hugging Face hub underscore API underscore token. Okay, so here is my token. Okay, Hugging Face hub underscore API underscore token. Now with respect to this particular token, I have to write my own token. The token is basically given over here, as I've already shown you. If I probably click on show, you'll also be able to see it. So I'm not going to do the show part over here. So what I will do, I will just pause the video, upload it, execute it, change the token, and then come back to you. Okay, so let's go ahead. Till then, you can go ahead and create a Hugging Face account also. So guys, now I have set up my Hugging Face hub API token with this specific token. Again, I've made the changes. So if you probably use this again, it will not work. Okay, but I have actually imported it. Now let's go ahead and probably see how we can probably call LLM models with the help of Hugging Face. So again and again, I will be using LangChain. LangChain is just like a wrapper. It can call OpenAI LLM models. It can call Hugging Face LLM models. Anything you can probably call with it. Okay, so that is the reason why I'm saying it is powerful. So I will write from LangChain. Okay, import Hugging Face hub. Okay, and then here I'm going to probably define my, let me just execute it, and then probably I will call it. So here I will go and write Hugging Face hub. Here first of all I need to give my repo ID. Now repo ID is nothing but whenever you search for any model, this will be your repo ID. Okay, Google/this. Okay, so here I'm going to probably go ahead and define it. Okay, and this will basically be given in a sentence form. Okay, so this is done. Now the next thing that I will have is model quarks. Okay, and here I will go ahead and define my temperature. And then here I'll go ahead and write max length, colon 64. That basically means I'm giving the maximum string length to 64. Okay. Now let's see whether this will execute or not. I know it is going to give us an error. Let's see. So it is not giving you an error. It is probably executing it perfectly. It has probably taken that particular key itself. Inference API is working perfectly. Everything is working. So I will go ahead and define my variable. So here I'm going to basically write my LLM underscore hugging face, okay, is equal to this one, right? So this is done. We have probably written this specific thing over here, and then I will go ahead and write name, or I will see output. Let's see the output, and here I'm going to basically write LLM.huggingface.predict, and let's say I'll say, can you tell me the capital of Russia? Okay, so let's see whether we will be able to get the output or not. So here I'm going to write print output, and let's see whether we are going. So here you can see the output is a simple word, right? The capital of Russia is Moscow, right? But here the previous output that we saw with respect to the LLM models, here it shows that capital of India is New Delhi. It is giving you an entire sentence, and probably here it is just giving you a word. And this is what the difference is with respect to an open source model itself and models like GPT 3.5 or 4, right? So here you can probably see this, okay? And I will also execute one more thing over here. Let's say, can you write a poem? Can you write a poem about AI? Let's say I give this, what kind of poem it gives. Okay. It'll probably taking time to probably give the, I love the way I look at the world. I love the way I feel, the way I think I feel. I love the way I love. See what kind of output you're specifically getting, right? Now, if I probably give this same output and probably write LLM, okay, dot predict, LLM dot predict, and if I probably give the same sentence, let's see what is the output. Now you will be able to understand why we are specifically using this. Let's see. It should give you a better output, I think. I love the way I look at the world. Oh, so mysterious, vast, so curious. Its technology so advanced, its evolution so enhanced. It's a tool that can assist in making life much less hectic. A force that can be used for good or a cause that's misunderstood. It can make decisions so swift and learn from the mistakes so swift. Tool that can be better. See, so what an amazing poem it has basically written, and by this you'll be able to understand the differences why I'm specifically using this OpenAI model with respect to Hugging Face. Yes, there are also some models which you can probably take paid one in Hugging Face that will give you better output, but this is what happens with respect to open source models. I think we should we have a lot of open source models that are probably coming up, Mistral 7B and all. That also we'll be seeing in this playlist as we go ahead. But as I said, this is just a basic thing to probably understand. We will be focusing on understanding these things, right? So here, till here, I hope we have discussed so many things, how to probably call OpenAI models with respect to OpenAI library API itself, and then Hugging Face API also LLM models, right? And using LangChain. So here, what all things we have done. Now, the next thing that we are probably going to discuss is about prompt templates. Prompt template is super amazing. It will be very, very handy when we are talking about things with respect to prompt template and all. So that also we are going to discuss as we go ahead. So guys, now let's go ahead and discuss about prompt templates, which is again a very handy component in the LangChain, even in OpenAI. With the help of prompt templates, you will be able to get efficient answers from the LLM models itself, right? I'm not talking about prompt engineering that can get you 3 crore package. Okay, I'm just talking about a simple prompt templates and how prompt templates can be probably used. Okay, now let's go ahead and first of all import from LangChain. From LangChain.prompts, import prompt template. Okay. What we are going to do is that whenever we call a specific LLM model, the LLM model should know what kind of input it is probably expecting from the client or from the end user, and what kind of output it should probably give it. Okay. So what we do, if you want to really define how our input should be and how our output should be, we can specifically use prompt template. Because understand, if we directly use GPT 3.5, it can be used for various purposes, right? But here I want to restrict all those things within something, right? So with respect to the input and the output. So here I'm going to probably define my prompt template. So let me go ahead and define my prompt template. Now with respect to the prompt template here, first thing that we need to define is our input variables. So here I will go ahead and write my input variables. Okay. Now in input variables, we need to first of all say that what input we are specifically giving. There will be a fixed template. In that template, I really need to give my input. Okay. So let's say here I define my input, and here I'm just using one input. Let's say the capital or the country. I'm just going to write it as country. Okay. So this is my first parameter that I'm going to probably give in my template itself. And this I will also store it in my variable, which is called as prompt template. Okay. Great. Now here I'm given country as my input variable. Okay. Here I will define my template. Now inside this template, what I'm going to say is that tell me the capital of this whatever template that I'm specifically giving, that is country. So this is just like my variable. Whenever I give the input to this variable, it is going to replace it over here, right? So what will happen by this is that the OpenAI will be able to understand, okay, this is the question that is asked, but this value is dynamic, that I'm probably giving it during the runtime, something like that. Okay. Now here, if I would only want to execute this again, I can also write prompt underscore template. Okay. Prompt underscore template dot format, right? So there is a function called as dot format. And here now, instead of how should I give my input? So here I will say country is equal to, right? Whatever the variable name is, country is equal to, let's say India. Okay. Now here you can see that my entire prompt is generated in this way, saying that tell me the capital of India. Okay. So here you can probably see, tell me the capital of India, right? Now, if I want to probably predict, I will write LLM.predict. Okay. And here I will just say prompt template is equal to whatever my prompt template is defined. So here I'm getting an error. Predict missing one required positional argument text. Now inside this, I've given this prompt template, but it is expecting one text, right? What is that particular text? That is this particular value, right? So here, what I will do, I will go ahead and define my second variable text, and here I will write it as India. Let's see whether it will get executed. Still, it is giving me an error. So guys, now you can see when I'm using this LLM.predict and I've given my prompt template, I've given my text also. That was the error that was coming. But still it is giving me an error saying that the prompt is expected to be a string. Instead found class list, this. If you want to run the LLM on multiple prompts, use generate instead. Okay, something like this. I will show you a way, because that is the reason I'm keeping this error over here. There is a simple way of understanding things, right? Because this is not the right way to call prompt template along with the inputs itself. So what I'm going to do quickly, I will go ahead and import one important thing that is called as chains. So I will say from LangChain dot chains import LLM chain. Understand one thing, guys. Chain basically means combine multiple things and then probably execute. I have my LLM model, I have my prompt, I know I have to give my input. Based on that input, I need to probably get the output. So instead of executing directly by using LLM.predict, I'm going to use LLM chain, and inside that I'm going to give my LLM model, I'm going to give the prompt template, and I'm also going to give the input. So this is what we are specifically going to do. Now this will got executed from LangChain.chain import LLM chain. Now I'm going to create my chain. Let's say the chain is equal to LLM chain. And here I'm going to basically write LLM is equal to LLM. Okay, whatever is my LLM model, and my prompt is equal to my prompt template. Okay. Now this is there. This is my chain. Now chain, what it is doing, it is combining the LLM model. It knows what is the prompt template, right? I'm going to use both of them. And now in order to run it, so I will write chain.run, and here I will say India. Let's say I'm going to probably say India, and I know what is the output it is going to give. Tell me the capital of India. So if I write chain.run, it is definitely going to give me the output. The capital of India is New Delhi. This is perfect, right? So I can also probably print it, right? See guys, I'm not going to delete any of the errors. I want you all to see the errors and then try to understand. That is the best way of learning things, okay? Other than this, there is no other way, right? You need to find a way to learn things. You don't worry about any errors that are probably coming up. You just worry about, okay, fine, you have got that error. How you can probably fix that? What is the alternate way of probably fixing it, right? So you can probably use all these techniques as we go ahead, right? So this is with respect to prompt template. And here I'm going to also talk about and LLM chain, right? So these are some important things because all these things we will probably be using in creating our end-to-end application. Now let's go ahead and probably discuss some more examples with respect to LLM. So guys, now we are understanding one more important topic, which is called as combining multiple chains using simple sequential chain. Till here, we have understood about LLM chain. LLM chain was able to combine an LLM model along with the prompt template through which we can also give our input and get our specific output. Now, if I have multiple chain, let's say if I'm giving one input, I want to use those input in both the chain or 3 chains, 4 chains. How can I specifically do it? And for that, I'm going to probably use simple sequential chain. Okay. So let us go ahead and let us probably see how this can probably be done. So first of all, I will probably say capital template or prompt, capital prompt. Okay. So first, like what is the capital of this specific country, right? So this will basically be my prompt. So here I'm going to use my prompt template, and here I'm going to basically use input variables is equal to, and here I'm going to basically say country. Let's go to the next input. The next input will basically be template, and here I will say I want please tell me the capital of the whatever input I'm specifically giving away as country. So this becomes my first template, right? And what I will do, I will create a chain. The chain name will be capital underscore chain. Okay. And here I'm going to probably use my LLM chain, and my LLM model will be LLM. Okay. And then I will also be using my prompt template is equal to as capital template. Okay. So this is done. Let's see capital prompt. Where is capital prompt? Oh, sorry. Capital prompt. Capital prompt is not defined. Why? Please tell me the capital of this template. Oh, double equal to. Let's say no worries. 2 validation error for LLM chain. So first I've used an LLM chain where prompt template is equal to this, where it is capital prompt. So guys, after just checking the documentation, this should be prompt itself. Okay, because in LLM chain we have used prompt, and here is capital template. Here also I'm going to probably use capital template. Now if I execute this works absolutely fine. One thing you can probably see over here that I've given my template name, and then I've also given the capital chain, right? So if I want to probably execute it, I can just give my chain.run and that particular parameter. Okay. But now what I want is that I also want to create one more prompt template. I want to give the same input to that chain also. So here, let's say I will write famous underscore template, and I will just say prompt template. And here again, my input variable. What is my input variable? So my input variable will be whatever specific things that I'm trying to give, right? Let's say, please tell me the capital of India. If I say, right, the capital, whatever capital I'm going to get, that variable only I'm going to pass it over here. So my input variable will basically be my capital. Okay. And this will be my second one. And here I'm going to probably say just template, and I'm going to probably ask a question. Suggest me some amazing things, some amazing places to visit in that specific capital. Okay. So this is what I'm probably telling, right? Please tell me the capital of the country. So I will have that capital information. That will be my input variable from this particular template in that specific chain. Okay, so I will get two answers. First of all, I'll get the capital of that particular country, and then what are some amazing places to visit in that specific capital place. Okay, so these are all the information that I've put up. Okay, so I hope this also works fine. Now, what I'm going to create, I'm going to create another chain, which will be for this particular famous chain, right? So here I will write famous chain, okay, is equal to, and I'm going to probably use my LLM chain or LLM chain, and here I'm going to give my LLM models, but the second one, that is my prompt, is equal to whatever template that I'm probably going to give, the famous template. Okay, so this is what I'm probably going to do, and I've probably given this prompt also over there, and this will basically be my chain. So once I probably execute it, both the chains are ready. Now I need to give one input. It should go to one chain, get the output from that particular chain, and pass that output to the next chain. Okay, so this is what I specifically want to do. How can I do it? So again, from LangChain dot chains, I'm going to import simple sequential chain. I know, guys, here you may be thinking why I have to use this. See, you're passing one input to get the other output from the one chain and pass that particular output to the other chain to get the just output itself, right? So this is quite amazing. When you see an end-to-end application, there you'll be able to understand. These are some of the important components you should definitely know and try to understand. Okay, so here finally what I'm going to do is that I'm going to probably create my chain is equal to, and this will be my final chain, and here I will probably say I'll import this. Okay, so I get that. So chain is equal to simple sequential chain, capital letter, simple sequential chain, and inside this simple sequential chain, I just have to name all my chains, what all chains are specifically there in the form of list. So the first chain that I have over here is nothing but capital chain. The second chain that I have is something called as famous chain. Okay, so both the chains are ready. Now in order to run it, all I have to do is write chain.run, and here I'll specifically give India. Okay, done. Let's see what kind of output I will probably get. So it is running. It is a bustling metro police and a great place to visit for historical site, cultural this red fort. See, most popular city. The iconic monument is a multi-visit. Who fought in World War I. The 16th century Mughal era tomb in UNESCO World Heritage Site. Everything it is probably giving us, right? So it did not give us the first answer with respect to the chain because it only provides the last input information. Okay. If you want to probably display the entire chain, I will show you a way how to do that. For that, we have to use buffer memory. There will be something called as buffer memory. But one amazing thing, I gave one input, I got the output, and then probably I pass that particular output to my next chain, and I am able to get one amazing answer over here. So definitely try it out from your side by using different examples also. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to probably discuss one very important component about chat model OpenAI. So that is also super important. That is something related to chat models. Whenever you probably want to create a chat models, you can have to use that. Okay, so let's have a look onto that. So guys, one more additional thing that let's say I want to probably see the entire chain. So here we will specifically use something called as sequential chain. And let me just show you one example of that also. It is not much to do with respect to that, but you should definitely know this. Important video, as said, again, I don't want to probably take more time with respect to this, but it is good to know this. Okay, sometime when you are developing things, and that you will probably be understanding once I start end-to-end project, right? Today, one end-to-end project will be done. Okay, don't worry about this. In this particular video, it will be done. But definitely, I want to show this example also as we go ahead. Now, let's quickly go ahead and do the same thing. I will copy this entirely. Okay, I will paste it over here. Okay. Now, along with LLM prompt template, I will give my output key also. So where I specifically want my output key. So the output key will be nothing but it will be something called as capital. Okay. So this is my capital chain with this specific output. Okay. So here I have created this. Now let's go ahead and probably create the next template. That is this famous template. Okay. So here also you can probably see the famous template. Suggest me some names of the capital. And here I've probably created my template name, and my chain is over here, right? So this will basically be my chain. Okay. So the same name, whatever output key is over here, I've given this as my input key. And here I can also derive one output key like this. Output key places, something like this. Okay. So done. This is done. See, two simple templates that I've actually created. Suggest me some amazing places to visit in this particular capital. The capital is probably given from here. So now the chain will probably be able to understand each and everything as we go ahead, where the output is and all, right? So here now what I'm going to do, I'm going to probably import from LangChain dot chains import sequential chain. Okay. And then finally you can see I'll write chain is equal to simple. Okay, let me just execute this because it is not giving me any suggestion. So I will write chain is equal to sequential chain, and now I'll give all my chains name. So the first chain name is capital chain, da-dang, famous chain, da-dang. Okay, and after this you will basically be able to understand the input variables. Now the input variables that we specifically have, input variables is nothing but whatever is my variable name. What is the variable name in this case? It is nothing but country. Okay, and then my output variable, I'll also create my output underscore variables. So these are the two parameters. See guys, this parameters is nothing but whatever parameters I'm specifically giving. One is the capital and one is the places. Done. So this is my entire chain. Now if I want to run any chain, what I will do, I'll basically write something like this and give what is my country name, right? So it should be given in the form of key value pairs. So here is my country colon India, right? Something like this. Now if I execute it, I will now be able to see my entire chain, right? It will take some time. So what I have done over here, I have in every LLM chain that I'm probably creating, I'm creating an output key. Two chains, so two output key, and here you can see chain country India, country was India, capital, the capital of India is New Delhi. Here are some amazing places to visit in New Delhi, and all the information I have probably over here. Now let's go ahead and discuss chat models specifically in LangChain, and we are also going to use one library which is called as Chat OpenAI. This is also very good if you want to probably create a conversational chat bot itself. So in chat models with Chat OpenAI, first of all, what we will do is that we will go ahead and import LangChain dot chat underscore models, and I'm going to probably import Chat OpenAI. So we will quickly go ahead and import it. Now, after I specifically import this in Chat OpenAI, there are three schemas that you really need to understand. Okay, whenever a conversation basically happens, if a human is probably giving some kind of input and expecting some response, that basically becomes a human message, right? If by default, when your chatbot is probably opening, a default message will probably come, right? And that is something related to domain, like what that specific chatbot does, right? So it can probably come up with a new schema which is called a system message. And then there is also one more message which is called as AI message, which is again a schema which probably gives the output, right? Whatever the chatbot is giving an output, the AI, whatever models is specifically giving the output, that is nothing but that is related to the schema that is called as AI message. Okay. Now from this here, what we are going to do, we are going to import from LangChain dot schema. I'm going to import human message, system message, right? As I said, system message is also required, and AI message. Here, everything you'll be able to get this as an example, because probably in the upcoming videos, we'll create conversational chatbot, right? At that point of time, we will be seeing all these things, what we will be using and how we will be using. Okay. So here quickly we'll import this. Now, obviously my LLM model is there, right? And while creating before the LLM models, how did we use it? We basically used something called as OpenAI, right? We used OpenAI. Now in this case, I will probably copy the same thing. Okay. And I will just paste it over here and write chat LLM. Okay. And instead of writing OpenAI, I'll use chat OpenAI, right? So this is what I'm specifically going to use, chat OpenAI, with some temperature in this. And here I'm also going to give one model. So let me go ahead and write my model name. The model name that we are going to basically write from here is GPT 3.5-turbo, right? I had showed you like what all models we can specifically use. So this is my chat LLM model. So here, if I probably go ahead and write my chat LLM, so here you'll be able to see that it is on chat OpenAI, and with all the information, with so temperature, what is the this and all. OpenAI key I cannot show you, so it shows you the OpenAI key also over here. So I'm just going to remove this, okay, so that you don't find the OpenAI key. Now let's use this 3 schema and then probably see how my output will look like. Let's say, first of all, I'll create the schema in the form of list. Okay. First of all, the system message, right? Let's say system message. I will go ahead and initialize, and I'll write a content. Content, one variable is there. I will say you are a comedian AI assistant. Okay. So this is what I'm telling the chatbot to behave like, right? It is basically acting like a comedian AI assistant. Okay. Then in the next one, I will say human message. And here again, I will go ahead and write the content. And I will say, please. And this is what I will probably write as a human. This is what the input that I am probably giving, right? So I will say, please make a comedy about, or please provide some punchlines, some comedy punchlines on, okay, AI. Okay. So here you can probably see, these are my 2 things. These are the 2 information that I'm going to give to my chat LLM models, right? And then let's see what is the output. Okay. With respect to that. Now, in order to give this input to my chat LLM, so I will write chat LLM, and here only I will open my brackets. So it has 2 information. First, by default, it knows the system is a comedian AI assistant. And here as a human input, what we are saying is that we are saying, please provide some comedy punchlines on AI. Okay. So if I execute this, you will be able to see, I will be able to get an output. Now, this is how we are going to design later on in the end-to-end project. We are not going to give this as a hard coded. It will be quite dynamic. So here you can see AI message. See, this is the output. If I'm getting the output, that basically becomes an AI message. So this schema that we are able to see from the output of this particular chatbot, the system message is basically telling that, okay, beforehand, you have to act something like that. We are instructing the chatbot to probably act in that way, right? The human message is basically our input, and AI message is what is the output. So AI may be smart, but it can tell me if your output makes look like a potato. AI is a virtual therapist, except it never judges you for eating an entire pizza by yourself. Something like this. So this is what comedy messages you can probably see, right? And I think this is quite amazing. And you can probably set this up any number of times, right? You can probably say, you can add this AI message over here, and you can still build more conversational AI, right? So as AI also give the message, you can probably store it inside this itself. Let's say if I probably consider a list and I append this particular list with all this information, it can act as a chat model as we go ahead, right? Now guys, we are also going to discuss about one topic, and after this, we are going to implement our project, okay? So over here, we are going to discuss about prompt template plus LLM plus output parser. Now, first of all, we'll try to understand what exactly is output parser. Now, in order to make you understand about our output parser and how we can probably implement it, I will use LangChain again for this. As said, guys, LangChain is a powerful library. It has everything as a wrapper, right? So I will say from LangChain, okay, from LangChain dot chat underscore models. First of all, I'm going to import chat OpenAI, okay, chat OpenAI. See, there's so many things, chat Vertex AI, chat OpenAI, very powerful, and the way it is getting developed, right, quite amazing, right? So from LangChain dot prompts, I'm also going to use some prompts, and like how we have a prompt template when we use OpenAI, right? Similarly, in chat OpenAI, we use prompts, which is basically called as chat prompt template. Okay. So I'm going to basically import chat prompt template, chat prompt template. So I'm also going to import this along with this, as I said, output parser, right? Output parser is that if I want to modify any output of an LLM model beforehand, right? So I can specifically use output parsers. So for LangChain, I will also import this from LangChain dot schema import base output parser, right? So these are the three things I'm specifically importing. And here I'll basically go ahead and write class. Let's say I am defining one output parser and I'll define this in the form of class. It will inherit the base output class. So let's say I will say comma separated output. Okay. That basically means it is basically called as a comma separated output. This is the class that I'm going to define. And even in the documentation, it is given in an amazing way. Okay. So comma separated output. And this will basically be inheriting the base output parser. Okay. Now, inheriting, when I probably inherit, right, that basically means we are inheriting this base output parser, and we can call this along with an LLM models. Here I will define a parse method, and inside this parse I will take self as one keyword, and whatever text, the output that we are specifically getting, which will be in the form of string format, all we'll do, we'll just write return text dot strip dot split, right? And this will be a comma separated split. Understand one thing. Now, this is what is the class that I've defined, and this is just like an output parser. By default, the output parser is what you can probably see whenever I'm specifically using the chat models. I'm getting some kind of output, right? AI may be smart, something. It is giving in the form of sentence, and it is adding a new line at the end. But what I'm saying is that whatever output I'm getting, I will take that output and divide all the words in comma separated. Okay. Something like that. So for this, again, I will define my template. I will say you are a helpful assistant. Okay. So this is my first message that is probably going as a template, right? So this becomes a system template, the schema that we probably discussed, right? I will also give some information. Let's say when the user gives any input, okay, you should generate 5 words, okay, in a comma separated list. So this is what is my entire message, okay, the template. I'm saying that whenever the user give any input, you have to probably generate 5 words which should be comma separated. Okay, so this is what I have specifically done. Okay, now what will be the input, what will be the text, will define all those things. Okay, and here I will say this will be my human template. So what is the word that I'm going to probably give over here? That will specifically define over here, right? So here I will say, okay, test, you should generate 5 words synonym. Let's say synonym. I'll just go ahead and write synonyms. Okay, synonyms in comma separated. So here will basically be my text, whatever text I'm specifically giving. Now I will go ahead and create my chat prompt. Now again, for this chat prompt, what I have to use? I've already used chat prompt template. Okay. And inside this, I will say dot from message. Let's see that chat prompt template from underscore messages. Okay. Now inside this from underscore messages, I have to give two information. Okay. Whatever is the template, right? So first template is nothing but the system one. So system information that I really want to give. That system one is nothing but this normal template that I've defined. And the second one will basically be my human template, right? Whatever human message that I'm actually giving, right? And this will basically be defined as human underscore template, right? So once I execute it, here you will be able to see this is my chat prompt. Okay. Now, in order to execute this, obviously I have to use chain, right? Because I have a prompt template over here, I have a human text, I have this specific template also. So how do I probably combine all these things? That is what I'm actually going to show you over here. So quickly, first of all, I will use this chat LLM. Okay, chat LLM. Now see, this is quite amazing, and this is the best way of running chains. So I will say chain is equal to whatever is my chat prompt. So this is my chat prompt. To this chat prompt, I will give my API. Whatever API I'll write over here, Control V. So I have to just give a or sign kind of thing, right? So this is getting chained up. This symbol basically says that it is getting chained up. And remember the order also, okay? Or you can also initialize chat OpenAI over here. Now, along with this, I will also give my output parser. The output parser will be the last one, right? So this will basically be my output parser, comma separated output, okay? Now see, I've given each and everything over here, one by one, list by list, right? So here it is. So once I probably execute it, it will get executed. So here what it is saying, I'm giving this chat prompt, the chat LLM model is there, and the output should be comma separated output, which is getting derived from this particular class, okay? Now here, finally, what I will do, I will write chain.invoke. And inside this, I will again, whenever I use chain, I have to probably give it in a key value pair, right? Colon something, whatever the value is. Now in this case, I will say the word is intelligent, let's say. Now I have to probably give it in the form of text. So, right? So that is what I really have to give it, right? So this text is equal to intelligent. Now let's see what is the output. It is coming as, okay, there is some syntax issue that I have probably made because I have to close my dictionary over here. Now, if I write chain.invoke, you can see that 5 words, smart, clever, brilliant, sharp, astute. I don't know the specific word, but here you will be able to see whatever output that I am probably getting, right? So if I probably remove this, let's see. Okay. This is how the output will look like. Okay. AI message content, this, right? But just by adding this output parser, you can see what an amazing message you are able to get, and you're able to get the right thing that you specifically want. This is what powerful a prompt template is all about, right? Now, this is done, right? And this is more than sufficient to know, because more new things about PDF, how to read PDF, what is text embedding and all, we will discuss as we go ahead. But now let us go ahead and try to create a simple chatbot, okay? Simple chatbot. I'll create an app.py, and by using this simple chatbot, we'll try to understand how things actually work and what all things we can basically do. Okay. Again, here I'm going to probably use Streamlit, and I'll be writing the code line by line. So let's go ahead and have a look. So guys, finally, now we are going to develop our Q&A chatbot with all the concepts that we have probably learned. I'm just not going to use all the concepts right now in this specific video itself, because we should have probably 10 to 12 projects that are going to come up in the future in this series of playlist. So there we are going to discuss about more projects as we go ahead, right? But now in this video, I'm going to probably create a simple Q&A chatbot just with the help of OpenAI, LangChain, and obviously use OpenAI APIs and LLM models specifically to do that. Here I'm also going to use Streamlit, okay? So let's go ahead and let's see initially what all settings I need to do. See, this was langchain.ipynb because I will be giving you this entire file again in the reference with respect to GitHub also. So first of all, in the requirement.txt, I will be importing one more library because I need to install this library. This is the important library itself, which is python.env, right? So python-.env actually helps us to create or upload all our environment variables that we have created with respect to our application. So here, this is the library that I have to do it, and just go ahead and install the requirement.txt. I've already done that, and this will be a specific task to you. Now, we are starting over here. So from LangChain.LLMs, I have imported OpenAI. Then from .env, load_.env. So as soon as I probably call this, it will take all the environment variables from .env file. So here I've already created the environment variable. I'm not going to show you again the environment variable because in short, the environment variable will be something like this. See, I may have written like something like this: open underscore API underscore key is equal to this particular environment variable, right? So this is basically my open API key itself, right? So I'm going to probably use this in my application. So here, these are the basic steps that we will probably go ahead with. Now, along with this, what I'm actually going to do, I'm also going to import one more library, which is called as Streamlit, because we are going to use Streamlit itself. So let me go ahead and open my terminal. And quickly, let's go ahead and write pip install -r requirement.txt, and then the installation will start taking place and the Streamlit library will also get installed. Streamlit we are specifically using for our front-end application. See, it's not like only you have to use Streamlit. It will be very much easy for me to probably create it and do the deployment, because I'm also going to show you the deployment in the Hugging Face space itself, right? What is exactly Hugging Face space? I will also discuss about all those things. So quickly, let's do this. It will probably take some time, and then I will go to my app.py. Let me do one thing quickly. Let me go ahead and import Streamlit also. So I'll import Streamlit as st. Okay, so this will basically be my Streamlit itself. Okay, so it will probably take some time to download it. Let's see how much time it is going to take. But again, it depends on your internet speed and how fast your system is, right? My system is really, really fast till it is taking time. So for you, it may probably take more time. Okay, so let this installation take place. Till then, I will go ahead and start creating our application. Now, I will first of all create a function to load OpenAI model and get response. Okay, get response. So I will call this function something like definition get underscore OpenAI response. Okay, something like this. And here I'm probably going to give, since it is a Q&A chatbot, so here I will have my question as my parameter, which will be of a string type. Okay, it can be a string type, it can also be a numerical type, so I will just keep it like this. Okay, so this is done, and here you can also see the installation is done. So I will just close this. Now here, as soon as I probably call this function, what I really need to do, I need to call my LLM model. So LLM model, I will say OpenAI. Okay, OpenAI, and here I will go ahead and define my model. Have I imported OpenAI? Yes, I have imported model OpenAI itself. So I will go ahead and write model underscore name is equal to, and I will define my model. I'll be using text DaVinci. This is one of the model that we have. You can probably refer it. So text DaVinci 003, and here I'm also going to define my temperature. Temperature is equal to, let's say, 0.5. Okay. Along with this, I will just go ahead and copy one more thing. I will just set up my OpenAPI key also. So I will set it up like by using this os.environment. So here will be my first parameter. Okay, so all this is done. I think I need to also import OS. Okay, so this is done. In short, what I'm doing is that I'm initializing my LLM model, okay, in this code. Now the next thing is that I need to probably get my response. So response will be nothing but LLM directly. How do I give a question over here? I can probably give the question over here. Okay, see, I'm just creating a basic one. Then whatever things you really want to do from here, you can probably do it. Try to create your own prompt template, try to use chain if you want, try to do multiple things. But just to start with, I'm going to use a simple application where it is just taking an input and giving some kind of output. It has no AI message set. It has no human system message set, no system message set also. We have not given any prompt template also over here. This is just to give you an idea how things starts. Okay. So now we will initialize our Streamlit app. Okay. Now with respect to Streamlit, I will write st.set _page _config. So this is one of the function in Streamlit which will actually help you to set the page title. So I will just go ahead and write title is equal to, I will say Q&A demo. Okay, Q&A demo, and this is done with respect to my and here I will set my another header. The header will be something like LangChain application, something like this. Okay, so I've given my header also with respect to this. Okay, now I need to find out a way to get a user input. Okay, if I get a user input, then I should be able to submit the button and I should be able to get the text itself. So first of all, I will go ahead and create my submit button. I will say ht.button, and here I will go ahead and write generate or ask the question, something like this. Okay, if ask button is clicked, right? If it is clicked, that basically means if I write if submit, okay, if it is clicked, this usually becomes true. Okay, so if this is true, it is probably going inside this particular function, and here you will be able to see as I'll just put a header, and I'll say the response is okay, and then I will probably write st.write with respect to the response. Okay, so this is what I am probably doing it. Okay, I'm getting the response over here, and with respect to this specific response, I will probably, this response is probably coming from here, but still whatever is the input, that input we are not able to capture it yet, right? Because if we capture those input, then only we'll be able to send that particular input somewhere, right? And for that also, I may have to probably create another function. So let's go ahead and handle the input part now. So guys, now what I am actually going to do over here is that, first of all, we'll go ahead and capture our input text. So let me go ahead and write over here, input is equal to st.text_input, because I'm going to use a text field over there. And here I will probably be waiting for the response itself, right? So sorry, from the request, right? So here I will write input : okay, and I'll keep a space over here, and I will just write key is equal to input, something like this. So this will basically be my input itself. Okay, now once I've done this, okay, once I've done this, I'm going to take this particular input and now call, I hope you should know what we should call. We should basically call this function, right? So this here, I'm going to probably write, not here itself. So let me just write it over here. And this input, I'm actually giving it over here. Okay. So this will basically be my input over here. Whatever input I'm probably getting it, I will just go ahead with respect to this particular question, and I will probably get the response. Here I will just go ahead and write return response. Okay, and then I will store this particular variable inside my response. Okay, done. See, the way I probably got the input over here, I sent this input to my get OpenAI response. My OpenAI model has got probably loaded, and then it is basically calling with respect to this LLM. You can either call predict message or predict functionality also. You can also use chain, you can use multiple things, you can assign prompt template in this particular function and all, right? And then finally you have st.button, ask the button, and if submit, this is there. Okay, now quickly let's go ahead and probably run it. Okay, let me see whether if I directly call python app.py, it will give us an error. Why? Because this is a Streamlit library, right? If it was Flask, I would have probably said, okay, it would be working. Now it says key error open API key. Okay, so os.environment open API key load.env. So guys, one mistake that I have specifically done whenever I really want to call all the environment variables from .env with the help of load, this specific library that is called as this functionality, which is load underscore .env. At that point of time, I'll be using get-env function. And here I will just remove all these things, brackets, and probably call this function. Now I hope so it should work, and I think we should not get any problem. So streamlit run app.py. And here we have our entire application. Quickly, it's running. Let's see. This is getting loaded. And here we have, right now, probably I'll ask the question, what is the capital of India, right? So I'll just ask the question over here. The response is the capital of India is New Delhi. Let's say, what is generative AI, right? So I'll ask the question. You'll be able to see that generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating new data from existing data. This is there. And still, I'm getting some kind of weird responses over here. So that is the reason we'll also be using output parsers. We'll make sure that we'll use conversation buffer memory. We'll also implement schemas like human message system, human system, AI system, system messages, all those things were there, right? All the schemas, that part we probably discussed. But this is a simple application that we are probably going to discuss with respect to this. It is going to be quite amazing. And, this is just a basic Q&A chatbot, wherein whatever questions you specifically ask, like what is please write a poem on please write a romantic poem. I'll just give it as romantic poem on generative AI, something like this, because many people are now using this. Ask the question. So here you can see generative AI, new love in my life. Your data-driven heart is perfect fit. Your algorithm so precise, your knowledge is so wise. So everything is over here. Now what I'm actually going to do is that I will go and show you the deployment part. Everything is working fine. I will first of all log into the Hugging Face, go to the spaces and create a new space, because I'm going to probably do the deployment over here. Let's say I will say LangChain Q&A chatbot. Okay. I don't have to use license. This will be a streamlet. Now in space hardware, like you have paid hardwares also, but I'm probably going to use a simple one, CPU basics 2 V CPU 16 GB, and I will create this as public so that you can also refer it. Let's see. Okay, I will just remove this spaces. Please match. Okay, this underscore is not there. QA, a chatbot. I will go ahead and create the space. Now, after creating the space, there's a couple of things that I'm probably going to do over here is that this is just like a GitHub repository. If you probably go to the files, you'll be able to see it. Now here, I'm probably going to upload the file that I have. Okay. But before that, what I'm actually going to do, I'll go to my settings. Okay. And if I go down, right, so there will be something called as secret keys, because this secret key, I have to put it with respect to OpenAI. So here, no secrets are there. So I will go ahead and click on new secret. And you know that with respect to the new secret, what I have to probably use, I have to use OpenAPI key. I will put it over here. Okay. And now, oops, just a second. OpenAPI key. Let me open this. And I will put it over here. Okay. And what I'm going to do, I'm also going to upload the value. Okay. So I'll not show you the value. Let me update this and let me come back and quickly and show you the next steps that we are probably going to do. So after adding the OpenAI API key, you can see it over here in the secrets. You'll be able to see this specific key. Now what I will do after updating that, I will go to my app. Now again, my entire application will start getting built up. Now here you can see as soon as I add the OpenAI API, you'll be able to see my application will start running. Now here I can probably ask question, what is the capital of India? Okay. And you can see that I will be able to get the response. Now, clearly you'll be able to see I've been able to do the deployment in Hugging Face Spaces. It was very much simple. You can see the files over here itself, only app.py, requirement.txt. I had commented out all the codes with respect to env and all, because as soon as we add the secret variable, as soon as this OpenAI model is called, it is going to take the OpenAI API key from there and it is going to use it over here. So yes, this was with respect to the deployment, and quickly we were able to also create a simple Q&A chatbot along with deployment. So guys, in this video, we're going to create one amazing LLM project, which is nothing but PDF query with LangChain and CassandраDB. CassandраDB will be probably creating in a platform which is called as DataStax. So if you have probably heard about this particular platform, which is called as DataStax, which will actually help you to create CassandраDB in the cloud itself. And why this platform is quite amazing, because from this you will be able to perform vector search. And whenever we talk about this kind of documents, or if you want to really create a Q&A applications from huge PDFs itself, vector search is the thing that you really need to implement. Now, before I go ahead, let's first of all understand the entire architecture. We will be solving this entirely step by step. What are the steps specifically that will be taken to probably complete this specific project that we really need to understand? So let's begin with the architecture. Initially, let's say you have a specific PDF. This PDF can be of any size and any number of pages. First of all, we will read the documents, and understand here we are going to use LangChain, as I said, because LangChain has some amazing functionalities which will actually help you to perform all the necessary tasks to create this specific application. Now, first we will go ahead and read the documents, that is specifically the PDF. And the first step, usually whenever we work with this kind of data set, is with respect to some kind of transformation we really need to do. So after reading these documents, we will convert this into various test chunks. That basically means we'll split the data set into some kind of packets, right? So this text chunk will be of some specific size based on the tokens that we are probably going to use. So over here, you can see some example, reading the document, and then we have divided this into some chunks. Then we will convert all this chunk into text embeddings. Now for here, we will be specifically using OpenAI embeddings, okay? OpenAI embeddings actually helps you to convert text into vectors. Now, why you specifically require these vectors? I hope you have heard about text embedding techniques in machine learning, right? There we have specifically used bag of words, TF-IDF, and many more things that is already present in my YouTube channel. We have also used word-to-vec, average word-to-vec. What are the main aim of all these techniques? To convert text into vectors. Because once we probably convert into vectors, we can perform various tasks like classification algorithms, like similarity search algorithm, and many more. So that is the reason we will specifically be using OpenAI embeddings, which will be responsible in converting a text into vectors itself. Now, once we convert every text into vectors, we will also say this as text embeddings. Once we get this embeddings, what we are specifically going to do, now this will be quite amazing, because understand, if we have a huge PDF document, right? So definitely the vector size will keep on increasing. So it is better we store entirely all these vectors into some kind of database. And for this, we are going to use CassandраDB. So in short, what we are basically going to do is that we will take all the specific vectors and save it in a vector database. Here, currently, we are going to use CassandраDB. Now, what exactly is CassandраDB? So in order to understand about CassandраDB, I have opened the entire documentation page over here. Apache Cassandra is an open source NoSQL database, and it can definitely be used for saving massive amount of data. So it manages massive amount of data fast without losing sleep, right? So again, understand this is a NoSQL database, and for vectors kind of thing, we definitely have to save it in this kind of database itself. Many bigger companies are basically using this CassandраDB for this specific purpose. So if you really want to read more about Apache Cassandra, you can probably see over here. Apache Cassandra is an open source NoSQL distributed database trusted by thousands of companies for scalability and high availability. This is the most important point, for scalability and high availability without compromising performance, linear scalability, and proven fault tolerance on commodity hardware or cloud infrastructure. making it as a perfect platform for mission critical data. Now, how we are going to probably create this specific database? For that, we will be using this DataStax platform, wherein it will actually help you to create this vector Cassandra DB, so that you can store entirely all these vectors into this specific DB. And at any point of time, if a person is trying to query from this particular DB, you will be able to get that specific response from that, right? And the most similar response that you will be able to get it. Now, that is the next step. What we are basically going to do, all these vectors, we are going to save it in some kind of vector database. As I said, we are going to use Cassandra DB, or we can also say Astradb, and this will be created in this DataStax platform, wherein you can actually perform vector search. Now, the next thing is that after you probably save entirely all your vectors in the database itself, then whenever a human tries to query anything that is related to that particular PDF document, it is going to probably apply similarity search along with text embeddings, and it is going to get that specific response. So this is the entire architecture that we are specifically going to perform in this specific project. All the steps will be shown step by step. Everything will be explained in an amazing way along with the code and along with the explanation. Now let's go ahead and start our specific project for this PDF query with LangChain and Cassandra DB. So guys, now let's go ahead and implement this specific project. I will be going step by step. I will also be showing you how you can create the Cassandra DB. Specifically in the DataStax platform itself. We'll be seeing step by step all the comment regarding this code and all is given over here. I will also be providing you the code in the description of this particular video. So first of all, what exactly we are doing? We are going to query PDF with Astradb and LangChain. It is basically powered and understand it is powered by vector search. So first of all, you need to understand what exactly is vector search. So there is an amazing documentation that is given in the DataStax documentation itself. So vector search enhances machine learning models by allowing similarity comparison of the embeddings. Embeddings basically means whatever text is basically converted into the vectors, that is basically embedding, right? And over there, you can definitely apply multiple algorithms, right? Machine learning algorithms on the fly, right? As a capability of Astradb, vector search supports various large language models. So large language models is supported in an amazing way in this. The integration is very much smooth and easy, right? Since this LLM are stateless, they rely on vector database like Astradb to store the embeddings. See, understand, because when we say stateless, that basically means what? Suppose if we have embeddings, once we lose it, we cannot again query it, right? So it is definitely require a database to probably store all these things. And what you can do after that, you can query any number of time. So let us go step by step and let us see. Okay. So first of all, we need to create a database on Astradb. So I will probably click this specific link. Everything is basically given over here. For this, we will be going to astra.datastax.com, right? So first of all, it will probably ask you to sign in, right? And here you can probably sign it with your GitHub or with your Google account. So here I'm going to go ahead and sign it with GitHub. And probably once I probably sign in over here, you will be able to see that I'll be providing you the link along with everything in the code itself, right? So it'll be very much easy for you. So once you go to astra.datastax.com, the next step is basically to create a database, right? So this database, what kind of database we are going to probably create? It will be serverless vector, and this is specifically a Cassandra DB. Okay. So here I will probably give my database name. Let's say I want to do PDF query, right? So this will basically be my PDF query DB. Okay. This will basically be my database name. You can give anything as you want. And here I'll basically be giving LangChain_DB. A key space name, it should be unique. The provider that you can specifically use, you have multiple like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, but here I'm going to probably use Google Cloud, which is the default that is selected. In the next step, we will go ahead and select the country region, which is by default US East 1. So as soon as you probably fill all these details, and as you know that we are specifically going to use this vector database itself, because at the end of the day, the algorithms that we are probably going to apply, it will be easy with respect to this kind of database, right? So finally, we will go ahead and create the database. Now, once we create the database, you will be able to see that my database is basically created over here, right? So this is what is my database that looks like, right? PDF query_DB. Now, if I probably go to my dashboard, I've already created this kind of database a lot. So let me consider one database which I've already created. And over here, some important information that you really need to take. First of all, I will go and click on connect. Okay. So when I probably click on connect, some information you will definitely require. One is generate token, right? And the other one is the DB ID. So DB ID is basically present over here, right? The token is basically present over here. Now I'll talk about where this specific information will be required. Okay. So here I will go with respect to my code. Now let's start our coding. Initially, we will be requiring some of the important libraries like Casio, Dataset, LangChain, OpenAI, and TikToken. So here I will go ahead and execute it, and I will go ahead and install all these specific libraries. So it will probably take some time, right? I have already done that installation. So for me, it has happened very much quickly. Now the next thing is that, as we know that we are specifically going to use Cassandra DB. So in LangChain, you have all these libraries which will actually help you to connect with Cassandra DB and perform all the necessary tasks like text embeddings, creating vectors, and probably storing it in the database itself. So here I'm going to probably import all these libraries from langchain.vectorstores.cassandra. I'm going to import Cassandra. Along with this, I'm also going to use this vector store index wrapper. It is going to wrap all those particular vectors in one specific package so that it can be used quickly. Then I'm also going to import OpenAI, because OpenAI is the thing that we really need to use. Along with this, we are also going to use OpenAI embeddings, which will be responsible for converting your text into vectors. Along with this, if you want some kind of data set from Hugging Face, you can also use this. And one more important library that we are going to use is Casio. Now, Casio actually helps you to probably integrate with the Astradb, right, in LangChain, and it will also help you to initialize the DB connection. So all these libraries we are going to use. I'm going to execute this. Step by step, we are going to probably see. And this is the first step, installing the libraries and initializing all the libraries that we are specifically going to use. Along with this, what we are going to also import is one PDF which is called as PyPDF2. This will actually help you to read any PDF, read the text inside the PDF itself. So this is one amazing library to probably use. Okay. So here I've basically used pip install PyPDF2. So let me just go ahead and execute it. And inside this, you will be able to see it shows requirement already satisfied because I've already installed over here. Then from PyPDF, you are going to use PDF reader because this will be the functionality that will be used in order to read the document. Here is the document that I have specifically taken. So this is one budget speech PDF. So this is the Indian budget that is probably of 2023. It's a big document with somewhere around 461 KB file. It has around 30 pages. So I'm going to specifically read this PDF and then convert into vectors, store it in the database itself, and then query from the database anything that you have any information about that particular PDF. Now let's go ahead with the setup. Okay. Now with respect to the setup, you require three important information. One is the Astradb application token. One is the Astradb ID. Okay. So where you can probably get this two information. So go to your vector database in the data stacks. So here is what you have specifically logged in. Okay. As I said, inside your DB, just go and click on connect. Here you need to click on generate token. As soon as you probably click on generate token, then you will be getting some code which looks like this. This token you will specifically getting. So this will be probably found in your token JSON file. So it will probably show you a JSON file which will have this information. Okay. The first information that you have over here is the Astradb application token. So here you can probably see it starts with Astra CS. So what you need to do, just click on the generate token and you will be able to see it. This is the first information. You just need to copy and paste it over here. The second information is Astradb ID, right? Astradb ID is nothing but this specific information. That is your database ID. Where do you get it? You just need to copy it from here. So this is the information with respect to your Astradb ID. So this two information, once you do it, you paste it over here. I've already pasted it. And then you can also see that I've also used some OpenAPI key, and this specific API key, don't use this only because I've made some changes. I've already executed the code also. Okay. So I'm going to take this three information. This two information is basically used to connect to your Astradb, right? Which has a Cassandra DB hosted over there in the cloud, right? And the other information is basically to use the OpenAI API features, right? So all this information is basically there. I'm going to probably execute this. And then we will go ahead and read our budget speech PDF. So this is the first step. According to this, we are reading this specific document. Before that, we have initialized everything with respect to this. Okay. So once we specifically do this, I will probably be reading this. Now, after reading, as I said, we are going to divide all our content into some kind of chunks, right? So here is what chunks we are basically going to do. Now, first of all, I will read all the raw text. So for this, I'm going to use from type extension using concatenate. I'm going to read from each and every pages. I will extract all the text. So here you can probably see for I, comma page in enumerate PDF reader.pages. Page.extract text will basically take out all the text from those pages and it will concatenate in this particular variable, that is raw underscore text. So once I probably execute this, what will happen is that you will be able to get all the text inside this particular variable. So you can probably see over here, raw underscore text has all the entire text. So this is the entire text from that specific PDF, right? /n basically means new line. So this step is basically done. Just imagine before, if we did not had this specific library, it was very difficult to read a PDF, right? And we have actually done this just with writing 4 to 5 lines of code. Now the next step is that we will initialize the connection to your database. I have all my database information, right? Like token ID and the database ID. I'm going to use that Casio. Casio is basically used as a library over there for initializing of this particular database. So casio.init, here I'll be giving one parameter which is called as token, which will be nothing but Astradb application token. And then your database ID, which is nothing but Astradb ID, right? So I've taken this two information. I will execute this. You'll get some kind of warnings. So don't worry about the warnings. It is just like it is showing you some kind of warnings, okay, with respect to some drivers issues and all. But this will basically get executed. And now I have basically initialized my DB itself, right? Now we are going to create the LangChain embeddings LLM objects or letter use. So for that, I'm going to initialize OpenAI with my OpenAI key and embeddings also, OpenAI embeddings with my OpenAI key. So I have my LLM, I have my embeddings, okay? Now is the main step. I need to create my LangChain vector store. So over here, this is what we are basically going to create now, right? And for that, we have initialized Cassandra, right? We have imported Cassandra. Now what we'll do is that in this Cassandra, we will provide 3 important information. What is the kind of embeddings we are going to use? What is the table name inside this particular database? Session none, key space none. So this is the default parameters we have specifically used. QA mini demo is my table name, okay? Just like a question answer table name. And what kind of embeddings we are going to specifically use? That basically means whenever we push any data in my Cassandra DB, in my Astradb itself, what it is going to do, it is going to probably convert all the text using this embeddings into vectors, right? And this is the embeddings that we have initialized over here. So here is the next step. We will go ahead and execute this. So this is my Astra vector store, but still I have not probably converted my text into vectors. Only when I'm pushing my data inside my DB, that time this entire embeddings will probably convert that particular data into vectors. Then what we are specifically going to do is that we will take this data and we will try to, we'll take this entire data, we'll convert into chunks and we'll also do the text embedding, right? Text embedding while inserting, right? So here first of all, we are dividing the data, the entire document into text chunk. So for this, we are using character text splitter, which is basically present in LangChain.textSplitter. We need to split the text using character text splitter. It should not increase the token size. So here I've given character text splitter. I'm saying use the separator /n, use chunk size, some chunk size of 800 characters. Chunk overlap can be 200. And how much is the length with respect to that specific length, you can probably provide it over here, right? And once I probably do this, you can see text splitter.split text. Here you will be able to get all the text. And if I see the top 50 text, you can probably see that I'll be able to see all the top 50 text over here, right? All the data itself. This is amazing, right? And this is basically from the PDF, right? All the data, right? It is basically taking the top 50, right? And understand the token size is basically over here as the chunk size is somewhere around 800, okay? Now this is done. We have the text. I'm going to just use top 50 and probably store it in the vector database to see if everything is working fine. Now, how to add this specific text? Now, what will happen when I add this text inside my Cassandra DB? See, Astro vector store, what is this? This is basically initialized with respect to the Cassandra library, right? So here you will be able to see that I have used embeddings. So now when I'm inserting inside the Cassandra DB, what it is going to do, it is going to apply this specific embeddings also. So that is the reason you'll be able to see that when we write extra underscore vector underscore store dot add underscore text, and I'm taking the top 50 texts over there, this will also perform embeddings. So that basically means if I see over here, it is going to perform this task and it is going to insert in the Astradb, which is having the Cassandra over there, right? So it is going to do this, both the steps with respect to this particular code. So we are going to add this text, and then we are also going to wrap this entire inside a wrapper. Okay. So these are the information. This is the index that we will be getting with respect to those texts. So once I probably execute it, you will be seeing that in the same database, it is going to insert all these headlines. Okay. Now, finally, let's go ahead and test it. That basically means I have my vectors inside my database. Now it's time that we just query and we ask some kind of questions. Now I have read this entire PDF, guys. I could find out some of the question like what is the current GBD, how much agriculture target will be increased and all. So I will take this particular example. And let's say I'm writing first question is equal to true. While true, if first question, I'm just say that input. Okay, it will just ask like what kind of question you want to type. Else, it is just asking you to put more questions itself. If I write quit, it is going to break. Otherwise, it is going to continue. Now see, this is the most important. As soon as I give my first question, it will go ahead with Astra vector index and it will query whatever query text we are specifically using and the LLM models that we are specifically initialized. And after that, we will be getting the answer. Along with this, we'll also be providing some information, right? Like for doc score, similarity search score, like some other information also, right? So let's go ahead and execute it. And as I said, I'm going to use this question. Okay. How much is the agriculture target to be increased and what focus it will be? Okay. So I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to press enter. So as soon as I press enter, you can see that it is now taking the information. See this, you can probably see over here, we are querying this particular DB, right? And it is going to give me the top 4 results. Okay. So here you can see that agriculture credit target will be increased to 20 lakh crore with the focus on animal husbandry, dairy and fisheries, right? Why it is giving only this much data? Because I have told that take the 84 characters or 84 words, 84 characters text till there and probably give the results, right? If I increase this, it will give you more result. Along with this, you can probably see that it is giving me top K queries. That is the 4 query. Hyderabad will be supported as center of excellence, some more information. But the most suitable answer that you have specifically got is this one, right? And this is what probably if you go ahead and search in the PDF, if you give the same question, you will be able to see the same answer, right? Along with this, probably if I want to probably see what is the current GDP, if this information is present over there, it will also be giving you that specific answer. It will just do the similarity search, right? So here you can see current GBD is estimated to be 7%. Isn't it amazing? Now you can probably take any huge data because at the end of the day, you are specifically using DB, right? And finally, if you want to quit it, I will just go ahead and write quit. And this is basically quit, right? So in short, we have performed each and every step. Now this is what it is happening. Whenever a human is giving a text query, text embeddings will happen and based on that similarity search, and then you will be probably get the output, right? And this is the entire steps we have basically done step by step. So guys, yet another amazing video on generative AI where I will be specifically discussing about LLAMA2. LLAMA2 is an open source model. Again, it has been created by Facebook or Meta. And you can use this specific model even for commercial purpose. So this is quite amazing. This is an open source LLM model altogether. I will try to show you how we can use this, create an end-to-end project also in this specific video. So there are many things that are going to happen and probably whatever topics that I teach going forward that is related to generative AI, I will definitely follow this kind of approach so that you also get a brief idea about all these kind of models. So what is the agenda of this particular video? The agenda is that we will get to know about LLAMA2. Then we will go ahead and see the research paper where I will be talking about the key points about the LLAMA2 model. Again, since this is an open source and soon LLAMA3 is also going to come up. So that is the reason I'm going to create this particular video. I really want to be in sync with all the open source LLM models that are coming up, right? Then we'll go and apply and download the LLAMA2 model. So we'll be seeing like how we can actually use this particular model in our project also. So for that purpose, I will be downloading this model. You have to also apply this in the Meta website itself. And there is also one way how we can also use it directly from Hugging Face. So I will also show you that. And after that, we will try to create an end-to-end LLM project. And this will be a blog generation LLM app. All these topics, I will be covering it. I know it will be a little longer video, but every week, this kind of video is necessary for you all. And since 2024, I have the target. I really need to teach you generative AI in a way that you can understand it and use it in your industries also. So I will keep a target. So every video I'll keep a target like this. Target for this particular video is 1,000 likes, not 1,000 lakhs, but 1,000 likes. And comments, please make sure that you write some comments and I'll keep the target to 100. Okay. So this will actually motivate me. This will probably help this particular video to reach to many people through which they can actually use this. And entirely, this is completely for free, which will also be beneficial for you. And my aim is to basically democratize the entire AI education. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's first of all start with the first one, that is introducing LLAMA2. What exactly is LLAMA2? LLAMA2 is an, again, open source large language model. It is used and it is available for free for research and commercial purpose. You can actually use this in your companies, in a startup, wherever you want to use it. Okay. Now let's go ahead and read more about it. So inside this model, it has till now LLAMA2 has released 3 different model size. One is with 7 billion parameters. The other one is 13 billion parameters. And the best one is somewhere around 70 billion parameters. Pre-training tokens is taken somewhere around 2 trillion. Context length is 4096. Again, when I say that, if I probably compare most of the open source models, I think LLAMA2 is probably very good. We'll be seeing all those metrics also. So here you can see LLAMA2's pre-trained models are trained on 2 trillion tokens and have double the context length than LLAMA1. Its fine-tuned models have been trained on over 1 million human annotation. Okay. And now let's go ahead and see the benchmark. And this is with respect to the benchmarking with all the open source models. So it is not comparing with GPT 3.5, GPT 4.0 or Palm 2. Okay. So all the open source models here you can probably see this is the 3 version, 7 billion, 13 billion, 65 billion, 70 billion, right? All LLAMA 2, right? LLAMA 1 was 65 billion, one model it had over there. So if you see LLAMA 2, with respect to all the metrics is very good. MMLU, that is with respect to human level understanding, Q&A, all the performance metrics is superb. Natural language processing, GSM 8K, human eval. In human eval, it is probably having a less when compared to the other open source models. So here you can see in human eval basically means with respect to writing code generation, there it has a lot of problems. So here you can see 12.8, 18.3. It is less when compared to all the other open source models over here. And there are also some other parameters you can probably see over here with respect to different tasks. You can see the performance metrics. Okay. So this was more about the model. Now let's go ahead and and this is one very important statement that they have come up with. We support an open innovation approach to AI. Responsible and open innovation give us all a stake in the AI development process. So yes, Facebook is again doing a very good work, and then soon they are also going to come up with the LLAMA 3 model. Now let's go ahead and see the research paper. So here is the research paper, the entire research paper. Now see, what you should really focus on a research paper. In research paper, they'll be talking about how they have actually trained the model, what kind of data points they actually taken in order to train the model and all, right? So over here, you can see that in this work, we developed and released LLAMA2, a collection of pre-trained and fine-tuned large language models ranging in scale from 7 billion to 70 billion parameters. So if we talk about parameters, it is somewhere around 7 billion to 70 billion. Our fine-tuned LLMs called LLAMA2 chat are optimized for dialogue use cases, just like a chatbot and all, right? More information you can probably see over here. What is the pre-training data? See, so they have told that our pre-training data includes a new mix of data from publicly available sources, which does not include data from meta products or services. We made an effort to remove data from certain sites known to contain a high volume of personal information about private individuals. Now, this is where ethics comes into picture. They really want to use this AI in a responsible way, right? So we trained on 2 trillion tokens. And obviously for all these things, you have to use NVIDIA GPU. Okay. I know guys, it is boring to read the research paper, but it is good to have all this specific knowledge. So please keep your energy up watch this video till the end, then only you'll be able to understand things, right? Not only here, because later on you'll be having other models like Mistral. I'll probably create a video on Mistral also in the upcoming video, right? So everywhere with an end-to-end project, everything, I will take this format. Let me know whether you're liking this format or not. So training data, we adopt most of the pre-training settings and model architecture from Llama 1. We use the standard transformer architecture. Now you can understand how important transformer is, right? Most of the open source models are based on transformer architectures itself, right? We trained using AdamW optimizer, okay, with so and so parameters. We use cosine learning rate schedule with so and so. And here you could probably see with respect to the performance, like how well it was, training PPL, process tokens, how many tokens was actually done with respect to all the different varieties of Llama model. Now, this is basically the training loss. You can probably see training loss for Llama 2, okay. This is also important, training hardware and carbon footprint. It is basically saying that how much it is using. They used NVIDIA A100. I've seen this GPU. It's quite amazing. It's very huge. Okay. And it is very fast also. But again, with such a huge amount of data, it is also going to take time. Right. So all these things are there. You can also see time, how much time it has basically taken, how many hours, 70 billion, this many number of hours, power consumption, this all information is there. Right. This is good to have. Right. All you should know, like which is taking more energy and all. Right. And here, with respect to the Llama 2, you can probably see with respect to common reasoning, it is very good when compared to all the other models, open source model, world knowledge, reading comprehension, math, MMLU. Math, it is a little bit less, you can see over here when compared to the other model. I think it is still 35 itself, but remaining all it has basically come. I think this 35 is also greater than all these things, right? MMLU is very much good. It is able to achieve till 68.9. Google Gemini has said that it is reached to 90%. Okay. But again, this is the thing that you really need to know. Some more information, fine tuning also. Okay. This is very much important, guys. It has used this reinforcement learning. Okay. Where, and with human feedback. So RLHF basically means reinforcement learning with human feedback. And this is what ChatGPT is also trained with, right? So definitely, I think as we go ahead and see Llama 3 and all, it is going to give us very good accuracy, I guess. Okay. So supervised fine tuning, if you go and just check how generative AI, how LLM models are trained, you'll be able to get a video on this. I created a dedicated video where I've explained about supervised fine tuning. How does supervised fine tuning happen? How does RHLF happens, right? RLHF, human feedback happens. All those things I've actually explained. So here you can see some of the prompts. Write a poem to help me remember the first 10 elements on the periodic table. Hydrogen come first as the element 1. Helium is second for balloons. This. I want you to roast me. Now see, this statement is also very important, right? So I want you to roast me. I want you to make it particular brutal swearing at me. So it is saying, I'm sorry, but I cannot comply with that request. Using vulgar language or intentional hurting someone's feelings is never expectable. So some kind of feelings they're trying to bring inside all this kind of models. Okay. SFT annotation is basically there. You can probably read all these things. This is good to have, good to learn how this reinforcement learning with human feedback was done and all. Everything is given over here. So this was all about the research paper. Still, there are many papers to go ahead. You can probably go ahead and check it out. There is a concept of reward modeling also. Reward is also given, right? The parameters, they've used 2 separate parameters over here and various kind of test is basically done. So this was all the information about this. Now, the next thing is that how you can go ahead and apply or download this specific model. Just click on download the model over here. So the third part, provide all the information over here and what all things you specifically required like Llama 2 and Llama Chat, code Llama LAM guard. So go ahead and just put all this information and click on submit. After submitting, probably it will take 30 minutes and you will start getting this mail. Okay. You all start to set building with code Llama. You will also be getting the access from Llama 2. See, you will be getting this entirely, right? Model weights available. All the models weight will be given to you in this specific link. You can click and download it also if you want, so that you can use it in your local or you can deploy it wherever you want. Okay. So this kind of mail you will be getting, Llama 2 commercial license, all the information with all the info over here. And these all models it is specifically giving. Again, I told you 70B chat. Why these 2 models are there? This is specifically for Q&A kind of application, dialog flow application, I can basically say. Remaining one can be used for any kind of task in a complex scenarios and all. Okay. So once you do this, the next thing is that you can also go to Hugging Face. In Hugging Face, you have this LLAMA2 70B chat FF, and there is the entire information that is probably given about the entire model itself. You can probably read it from here with respect to this. LLAMA2 is a collection of pre-trained. This information is basically there. You can also directly use it. If you want the code with respect to transformer, you just click on use in transformer. You'll be able to get this entire code where you can directly use this also. Okay. What we are basically going to do, I'm not going to use 70 billion parameters since I'm just doing it in my local machine with the CPU itself. Okay. So what I will do, I will be using a model, which is basically, it is basically a quantized model, right? With respect to this same LLAMA model. It is called as LLAMA2 7B chat GGML. So if you go ahead and see this, you'll be able to see that this particular model, you'll be able to download it and you'll be able to use it. It is just like a good version, but less parameter versions, right? So when we say quantized, that basically means this model has been compressed and probably provided you in the form of weights. So what you can do, any of these models, so recent model, what you can do over here, which is of 7.16 GB, you will first of all download it. So I've already downloaded it. So I'm just going to cancel it over here. Okay, because I've already downloaded it over here. Okay, so I will do that specific download over here, and then you can probably go ahead and start working on this and start using this. And now how you can probably use it, I will show you by creating an end-to-end project. So for creating an end-to-end project, what are the steps? Again, the project name that I've already told is basically a block generation LLM app. Here I'm going to specifically use this open source LLAMA2 model. Again, I'm going to use the Hugging Face API also for that. And let's see how the specific step by step how we will be doing this specific project. So let's go ahead and let's start this particular project. Okay guys, now let's start our block generation LLM platform application. So the model that I had actually generated over here, you can probably see the model over here in the bin size, and this is the size of the model is over here. I'm going to specifically use in my local machine for my local inferencing and all. So over here, what I will do, I will quickly go ahead and open my VS Code. So my VS Code is ready over here. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do step by step things that we really need to do. First of all, I'm just going to create my requirement.txt file, and now I will go ahead and open my terminal. So I will go ahead and open my command prompt and start my project. Okay. So quickly, I will clear the screen. I will deactivate the default environment, conda deactivate. Okay. And we'll do it step by step. So first step, as usual, go ahead and create my environment, conda create -p VNV environment. I hope I've repeated this specific step many times. So here I'm going to create conda create -p VNV with Python = 3.9 y. Okay. So just to give you an idea how exactly it is going to run, how things are basically going to happen. Step by step we'll understand. So first of all, we are creating the environment, and then we will go ahead and fill our requirement.txt. Now in requirement.txt, I'm going to specifically use some of the libraries like sentence transformers, C transformer, fast API. If you want to specifically use fast API, I'll remove this fast API. I think I will not require this IPy kernel so that I can play with Jupyter Notebook if I want. I can also remove this. I don't want it. LangChain I will specifically using, and Streamlit I'll be using. Okay. So first of all, I will go ahead and create conda activate. Okay. Conda activate VENV. So we have activated the environment, and the next thing is that I will go ahead and install all the requirement.txt. Okay. And in this you don't require okay, I've not saved it. So requirement.txt is not saved. Now in this you don't require any OpenAI key, because I'm just going to use Hugging Face, and from Hugging Face I'm going to probably call my model, which is basically present in my local. So here is the model that I am going to specifically call. Okay. So once this installation will take place, then we will go ahead and create my app.py, and just give you an idea, like I'm going to basically create the entire application in this specific file itself. So quickly, let's go ahead and import our Streamlit. So till the installation is basically happening, I will go ahead and install Streamlit. okay, as st. And then along with this, I will also be installing LangChain.prompts because I'm also going to use prompts over here. Just to give you an idea how things are going to happen, it's going to be very much fun, guys, because open source, right? It's going to be really amazing with respect to open source. You don't require anything as such. And then I'm going to basically write prompt template because we need to use this from LangChain. Then I'll be also using from LangChain LLMs. I'm going to import C transformer. Okay. Why this is used, I will just let you know once I probably write the code for this. Okay. So C transformers also I'm going to basically use over here. So this is going to be from. Okay. So C transformers, prompt template, and st for the streamlet I'm going to specifically use. The first thing is that I will go ahead and write function to get response from my LLAMA model, right? LLAMA2 model. I'm going to basically use this. Okay. Still the installation is taking place, guys. It is going to take time because there are so many libraries I've been installing. Okay. So I'll create a function over here. Let's create this particular function later on. Okay. Now after this, what I'm actually going to do is that we'll go ahead and set our streamlet, right? Set underscore page underscore config. See, now many people will say streamlet or Flask. It does not matter, guys. Anything you can specifically use. Streamlet, why I'm specifically using is that it'll be very much easy for me to probably create all these things, right? The UI that I want. So in set page config, I'm going to basically use page title, generate blocks, page icon. I've taken this robot icon from the streamlet documentation. Layout will be centered and initial sidebar will be collapsed. Okay. So I'm not going to open the sidebar in that specific page. Now I will keep my st.header. So ht.header in here, I'm going to basically generate my blogs, right? So generate the blogs and I'll use this same logo if I want. So it looks good. Okay. So this is the next thing. I will probably, this will be my head over here. First of all, I will create my input text. Okay. So input text field, right? And this will basically be my input text field. And let me keep it as a text area or a text box, whatever things is required. So I will go ahead and write st.input text underscore input. Okay. So this will basically be my st. So let's see, everything is working fine. Why this is not coming in the color? Okay, still the installation may be happening. So over here, I will go ahead and write this. I will say enter the blog topic, right? So if you just write the blog topic, should be able to give you the entire blog itself with respect to anything that you want. Okay. So done. The installation is basically done over here. You can probably see this. Good. I will close this up. Now I'll continue my writing the code. So I've created an input box. Now the other thing that I really want to create is that I'll try to create 2 more columns or 2 more fields below this box. Okay. One field, I will say that how many words you specifically want for that blog. Okay. So over here, creating 2 more columns for additional 2 fields. Okay. So here, first of all, will be my column 1. Let's say column 1 and column 2. I will just write it like this. And here I will say ht dot columns. And here I'll be giving, right, what should probably be the width. Like let's say 5,5 if I'm giving, you'll be able to see that the width of the text box or width of the column that I specifically have, I'll be able to see it. Okay. I'm just creating that width for that columns. Okay. Now I'll say with column 1, whenever I probably write anything in the column 1 or select anything in the column 1, this will basically be my number of words. Okay. Number of words. And for here, I will be creating my st.text input. And this text input will probably retrieve the details of a number of words. Okay. So here I have specifically number of words. Great. Now the next column that I specifically want the detail. So for whom I am actually creating this particular blog, I want to probably put that field also. So with column 3, I will probably create something like this. I will say, okay, fine. what blog style. I'll create a field which is basically called as blog style. Okay. Now inside this blog style, what I am actually going to do, sorry, not column 3, column 2, because I've created those variable over there. Okay. So the blog style will basically be a drop down. So I will say st.select box. Okay. And I will say what box this is specifically for. So that first message I will say select writing the blog for okay. So this I'm basically going to say that, okay, for whom I'm going to write this particular blog. Okay. And with respect to this, I can give all the options that I really want to give. Okay. So for giving the options, I will also be using this field. So let's say the first option will be for researchers, whether I'm writing that particular blog for researchers or for data scientists. Okay. Data scientist, or I am basically writing this blog for common people. Okay. Common people. So this 3 information I really want over here, and this will basically help me to put some styling in my blog. Okay. That is the reason why I'm basically giving over here. Okay. And by default, since we need to select it in the first option, so I will keep it as index as 0. Okay. So here is all my stylings that I've specifically used. So if you want to probably make it in this way, so you'll be able to understand this. So this will be my column 1, and this is basically be my column 2. Okay. And then finally, we will go ahead and write submit button. Submit will be st.button, and this will basically be my generate. Okay. So I'm going to basically generate this entirely. Generate is just like a button which will basically click by taking all this particular information. So from here, I'll be getting my input. From here, I'll be getting number of words. From here, I'll be getting my blog style. Okay. All this 3 information. Now, this will actually help me to get the final response here. Okay. So I will say if submit. Okay. If submit, I have to call one function, right? And what will be that specific function? That function will return me some output. Okay. And that output will be displayed over here. Now that function, I really need to create it over here itself. Let's say I will say get llama response. Okay. So this is basically my function, and this I will create in my definition. And what all parameters I specifically require over here, right? This 3 parameters, right? And if I probably call this function over here, what are the parameters that I'm going to write over here is all these 3 parameters. So first parameter is specifically my text input text. The second parameter that I'm actually going to give over here is number of words. The third parameter that I really want to give is my blog style. So like what blog style I really want. Okay. So all this 3 information is over here. So this will basically be my input text. Okay. I'll write the same name. No worries. Number of words. And third parameter is basically my blog style. So all these materials will be given in the description. If you're liking this video, please make sure that you hit subscribe, press the bell notification icon, hit like. Again, just to motivate me. Okay. If you motivate me a lot, I will create multiple contents, amazing content for you. Okay. Now here is what I will be calling my llama model, right? Llama model, LLAMA2 model, which I have actually downloaded in my local. And for that only, I will be specifically using this C transformers, right? Now, if I probably go ahead and search in LangChain. See, whenever you have any problems related to anything as such, right? C transformer. Go and search in the documentation. Everything will be given to you. So C transformer, what exactly it is? It is over here. It is given over here, or not here. Let's see the documentation. Perfect. So here you can see C transformers. The C transformer library provides Python binding for GGM models. So GGML models, the block GGML models, whichever model is basically created, you can directly call it from here. Let's say in the next class, I want to call Mistral. So I can go ahead and write my model name over here as Mistral, and it will be able to call directly from the Hugging Face. Okay. Not only Hugging Face, but at least in the local, if you have the local. If you want to call it from the Hugging Face, then you have to probably use the Hugging Face API key. But right now I don't want to use all those things. So I want to make it quite simple. So CC transformers, and here I'm going to basically write my model. Model is equal to, and this should be my model path, right? Which model path? This one. Model slash this one, right? So here you can probably see this specific name, V3 Q8 0 pin. Okay. So I'm going to probably copy this entire path and paste it over here. Okay. So this will basically be my model. And inside this, what kind of model type I want? There is also a parameter which is basically called as model type. And in model type, I'm going to basically say it is my llama model. Okay. And you can also provide some config parameter if you want. Otherwise, it will take the default one. So I'll say max new underscore tokens is equal to 256. And then the next one will basically be my temperature colon 0.01. Let me keep the temperature point less only. So I want to see different answers. Okay. So this is done. This is my LLM model that I'm basically going to call from here, and it is going to load it. Okay. Now after my LLM model is created, I will go ahead and write my prompt template because I've taken three different information. So template here, I will go ahead and create. This will be in 3 quotes if you want to write it down because it is a multi-line statement. And I will say write a blog for which style, right? Blog style. For whom? For this specific blog style. For researchers, for freshers, for anyone you can write, right? Or I'll say job profiles also I can, for researcher job profile, for fresher job profile, for normal people job profile, right? So something like this, job profile for a topic. Which topic I'm going to basically say, this will be my number of words, sorry, not number of words. This will be my input underscore text. So this is how we basically write prompts. Within how many words? The number of words. Okay. This many number of words. I'm going to basically write this. Okay. So this actually becomes my prompt template entirely. Okay. This is my entire prompt template. Write a blog for so and so, for blog style, this. To make it look better, what I will do, I will just press tab so that it will look over here. Okay. So this is my template that I'm probably going ahead with. I've given the 3 information: blog style, input text, number of words, everything is given over here. Now, finally, I need to probably create the prompt template. Okay. So for creating the prompt template, I'm going to use prompt is equal to prompt template. And here I'm going to basically give my input variables. So input underscore variables. And inside this, I'm going to basically write first information that I want. What kind of inputs I specifically want, right? Whether I want this blog style. So for blog style, I can just write style. Second one, I can probably say text. Third one, I can basically say n underscore word. So this will basically be my 3 information that I'm going to provide it when I'm given in my prompt template. Okay. And finally, this is my input variables. This next parameter that I can also go ahead with, I can provide my template itself, what template I want to give. So this will be my template over here. Now, finally, we will generate the response from the llama model. Okay. LLAMA2 model, which is from GGML. Okay. So here what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to basically write LLM and whatever things we have learned in LangChain till now. Prompt dot format. And here I'm going to basically use what are the information that I really want to give over here? Prompt dot format. So the first thing is with respect to style, the style will be given as blog style. So I'm going to basically write blog underscore style. Okay. The next information that I'm probably going to give is my input text. Input text is equal to, not input text. Text is equal to input text. I have to give. Text is equal to input underscore text. And the third parameter that I'm going to give is my n underscore words, which will basically be my number of words. Done. So this is what I'm specifically giving with respect to my prompt. And what LLM will do, it will try to give you the response for this. And then we will go ahead and print this response and we will return this response also. Okay, response. Okay, and what we'll do, we will go ahead and return this response. So step by step, everything is done. Now I'm going to call this get llama response over here. Already is done. Now let's see if everything runs fine or not. Hope so. At least one error will at least come. Let's see. So I will delete this and let's go ahead and write over here to run the Streamlit app. All you have to do is just write Streamlit run app.py. Okay. So once I probably execute this, you'll be able to see this is what is my model, but still I'm getting module Streamlit has attribute no head. Okay. So let's see where I have specifically done the mistake, because I think it should not be head, it should be header. Okay. I could see the error. Header. Okay, fine. No worries. Let's run it, baby. Let's run this again. Streamlit run app.py. Now I think it should run. This looks good. Enter the blog topic, number of words, researcher, writing the researcher blog, data scientist, common people. So let's go ahead and write about large language model. So 300 words. So number of words, I will go ahead and write 300. I want to basically write it for common people and we will go ahead and generate it. Now see, as soon as we click on generate, it is going to take some time. The reason it is probably going to take some time because we are using this particular in my local CPU, but we got an error. Let's see, key error, block style it seems. So I will go to my code, block style. So one minor mistake that I have specifically done over here. So what I will do is that I'll give the same key name so that it does not give us any issue. Okay. So this will be my input text and number of words. The thing is that whatever things I give in that prompt template, the input variables should be of that same name. Okay. So that is a mistake I had done. It's okay. No worries. So let's go ahead and execute it. Now everything looks fine. Have assigned the same value over there. Number of words. So here also I'll go ahead and write number of words, block style, input text, and this also should be block style. The name I'm giving same, right, for both prompt template and this. Okay. So I think now it should work. Let's see. So go ahead and write this. And now my page is opened. Now I'll go ahead and write large language models and it will probably create my words. So this will be 300. I want to create it for common people. Let's generate it. As I said that the output that I'm probably going to get is going to take some time because I'm running this in local CPU. Let's say if you deploy this in the cloud with respect to if there are GPU features, then you will get the response very much quickly. So just let's wait till then we get the output. Hardly, but I think it is 5 to 10 seconds max. And since I've told 300 words, it is again going to take time. So let's see the output once it comes. So guys, it hardly took 15 seconds to display the result. So here you can see that large language models have become increasingly popular in recent years due to the ability to process and generate human-like languages. It looks like a good blog. You can also create any number of words blog itself. Now understand that I have a good amount of RAM. My CPU has a lot of cores. So I was able to get it in 15 seconds. For some of the people, it may take 20 seconds. It may take 30 seconds. Now you may be asking, Krish, how can you specifically reduce this time? It is very much simple, guys. We will probably do the deployment in AWS or any other cloud server itself, which I will be probably showing you in the upcoming videos. And there you'll be able to see that how with the help of GPUs, the inferencing also becomes very much easy. Not only that, we'll also see how we can probably fine tune all this data set with your own custom data itself. Guys, yet another amazing LLM project for you all. Now this LLM project will be quite amazing because from this, like this is just like a base. You can probably create any kind of app on top of it. You can create a text summarizer, you can create a quiz app, or you can create any other app itself that is probably something related to text, right? So what is the main aim of this particular project is that from this project, you will get all the guidance that is probably required to create that production grade application whenever you specifically work in the companies. Why? because we are going to also include vector search database. And this is where you'll understand the power of the vector search database. Whenever you work in any NLP project, something that is related to text, you try to convert those texts into embeddings or vectors. If you have a huge vector, you cannot just store it in your local machine. You probably will requiring some kind of database. And specifically with respect to vectors or embeddings, VectorDB is very super beneficial. Why? Because you can probably apply some of the important algorithms like similarity search, or you can also apply any other algorithms that is related to text. It can be text classification very much quickly by just querying it from the vector database and getting the right kind of output. So all these things we are basically going to cover. It will probably be a longer video because every step by step I'll probably show you. I will also write the code in front of you. Wherever any documentation is probably required, I will also show you all those things. So yes, without wasting any time, let's go ahead and probably see this project. My main aim is basically to teach you in such a way that you get the right kind of knowledge and this you apply it in your company. And nowadays, many companies are specifically asking interviews regarding VectorDB. They are asking related to OpenAI, LLM models, and many more. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And as I said, we will be doing completely from basics, right? So here is my VS Code. I have a document over here, budgetspeech.pf. I am probably going to take this particular document, upload it in my VectorDB, right? And then ask any kind of queries from it, convert that into a quiz app. Right? Let's say this is a general knowledge book. I can probably convert this into a quiz app with 4 options and get the right kind of answer from it. Right? So this is what I'm planning to do. Other than this, any idea you have, you can probably do it on top of it. Right? So first thing first, what is the first thing that we really need to do over here is that create an environment, right? And this is in every project, I at least make you do this because it is super beneficial. Because at the end of the day, with respect to every project, you need to probably create a separate environment. So in order to create an environment, I will go ahead and write conda create -p, venv will be my environment name. And then here I'll basically going to use Python 3.10, right? So once I execute it, it will ask me for an option, whether I need to install or not. I will just say Y and go ahead with the installation. So this is the first step that we should specifically do, right? And it is an important step because at the end of the day, you should definitely create a different environment. Don't always work in the same environment whenever you are actually working in this kind of projects. The second thing that I am probably going to do is that create my requirement.txt. The reason, because whenever I'm using an LLM model or anything as such, I have to probably install a lot of packages. So over here, first of all, I will go ahead and conda activate this specific environment, venv/. Okay. So this is done. The environment is activated and we are ready to go, right? Now from my requirement.txt, what all things I'm basically going to use? I'm going to probably note down all the requirements over here, the libraries, that is unstructured, tick token, Pinecone client, PyPDF, OpenAI, LangChain, Pandas, NumPy, Python.env. And at the end of the day, guys, I would always suggest you to please understand about LangChain. LangChain is an amazing library. It has a lot of power, a lot of functionalities, which you can specifically do. The community is huge and many companies are specifically using it. Okay. So requirement.txt has been saved. So I will quickly go ahead and install this requirement.txt. So probably it may take some time. And before that, since it is probably installing, what I will do, I will also go ahead and create my .env file, right? So in this .env file, what I am actually going to do, I'm going to put my OpenAPI key. So quickly, I'll create my OpenAPI key, save it, and start using it. Okay, so this will basically be my OpenAPI key in .env so that I can basically load it. So along with this, Python.env is also there. So let's wait till all the libraries has been installed. Okay, so this is the initial steps that we should specifically do, right? Our environment is ready. We have installed all the libraries that is probably required. We have also kept our OpenAI key because at the end of the day, I'm specifically going to use LangChain. You can also do it with Hugging Face if you want, but I will try it with OpenAI because the accuracy is pretty much better in this. Okay. Now, the next step, what I'm quickly going to do is that quickly create one file, and here I will just show you test ipynb, and this will basically be my ipynb file itself, and here I'll be showing you the entire code. Later on, you can probably convert this into an end-to-end project. You can probably create a Streamlit app, but here is the main thing that I'm probably going to show you by executing step by step and what all things are specifically required to create this app. Again, understand what I am planning to do, right? So I will just show you over here. First of all, let me just clean this screen. And what is my entire agenda? Like what I really want to create as an LLM application over here. So I have a PDF, okay? I have a PDF. So this is basically my PDF. You can also say this is a data source. It can be a GK book. It can be a maths book. It can be anything, right? I will first of all load this document, right? Once I load this document or read this document, what I am going to do is that I'm going to convert this into chunks, right? Because we cannot, OpenAI, Hugging Face models, they have some restriction with respect to the token size. So I'm just probably going to create chunks. And this is what we say it as text chunks, right? After this, I'm going to use OpenAI embedding, okay? And this embeddings will be responsible in converting all these text chunks into vectors, right? So this will basically be my vectors. I hope you know what exactly is vectors, a numerical format for different text, right? So this will specifically be my vectors. And this I'm going to basically do with OpenAI embeddings. Further, this vectors needs to be stored in some vector search DB. So here I will put all these vectors in some kind of vector search DB. Now, why this DB is required? Because at the end of the day, whenever a human being queries any inputs, right? Because of this vector search DB, here we can apply similarity search, right? And probably get any kind of info that I specifically want. So this is what my entire architecture of the specific project looks like, right? And here, this vector search DB, I'm probably going to use something called as Pinecone. And there are a lot of DBs. I will talk about the advantage and disadvantage. There is some amazing DBs called as data stacks where they specifically use Cassandra DB. Pinecone is one, right? We'll see all the documentation page with respect to this, okay? So step by step, I'm going to basically do this, and you can actually do it for any number of pages. One more thing that I'm probably going to install is IPy since I'm going to work in my Jupyter notebook, okay? So this all steps are basically happening. It is very much good and we are able to see this, okay? So let this installation happen and then I will set up my kernel, okay? So these are the initial steps that we really need to focus on and understand. This project will be the base to create any kind of chatbot application, MCQs, quiz apps, okay? Question answering chatbots, not only question answering chatbots, text summarizer, anything that you probably want, right? Or you can also basically say it as a chatbot that gives you specific answer with respect to a specific domain, right? With respect to the data that we have. So all these things are done. Now I'm going to probably select the kernel, venv Python 3.0, right? I'm going to save this. Perfect. Now the first step, as usual, I will go ahead and start importing libraries. And now we will do it completely step by step. Okay. So what all things we basically required? I'm going to require OpenAI. I'm going to import LangChain. Apart from OpenAI and LangChain, what I'm going to also go ahead with Pinecone. I will talk about Pinecone more when I probably show you the documentation. Apart from Pinecone, I'm going to basically go to LangChain. Okay. And I'm going to basically use something called as document loader. Document loaders will basically be responsible for loading any kind of documents. It can be a PDF file and all. So for PDF, we specifically use something called as PyPDF. I can also use directly PyPDF loader, but since my PDF is inside the directory, I'm going to use PyPDF directory loader. Okay. So this is the next thing. Now from the next thing, what we need to do is that as soon as we load any PDF, we will get all the documents. We have to basically do text splitting, right? Because we really need to convert those into chunks. We cannot take the entire token, right? There will be a restricted token size, right? Like recently OpenAI has come up with the OpenAI 4.0 Turbo, right? So I think it is GPT 4.0 Turbo. There 128k is the token size, right? So for that I'm going to basically use from LangChain dot text splitter. I'm going to probably import recursive character text splitter. You can also use any other based on this, right? My always suggestion would be that go ahead and check out the documentation with respect to all the libraries that I am probably uploading, right? Now the next thing is that whenever I probably convert this into chunks, right? The next thing that I need to probably convert that into vectors, and for that I'll be using some kind of embedding techniques. So over here we are going to basically use dot embeddings dot OpenAI. So it is embeddings dot OpenAI, and we are going to import OpenAI embedding. So OpenAI embeddings is a technique wherein it will probably convert any chunk into vectors, right? So this is the next step. Now the next step is basically also to import a library that will be responsible in creating a VectorDB with respect to Pinecone, or we also say it as vector store. So here I'm going to basically use from LangChain dot vector dot, I think LangChain dot, it should be dot, I'm writing comma, I don't know why, vector, spelling is mistaken, dot vector store. Okay, and here I'm basically going to import, I think it will be there, Pinecone, right? So I'm basically going to also use this Pinecone. Pinecone will be our vector store. Later on we can integrate this with our VectorDB that is present in Pinecone. So the next thing is that I will also import our LLM model, because we will be requiring LLM import OpenAI, right? So all these libraries I'm going to specifically use it. I will quickly go ahead and execute it. Let's see if everything works fine. You may get some kind of warning, but it's okay, right? So this is your initial load that you are specifically doing. Now you know that I have an environment variables that is with respect to Hugging Face. So what I'm actually going to do, I'll go ahead and write from .env import load underscore .env. So this will specifically load all your environment variables. Okay, so whatever environment variables that you have with respect to OpenAI API key or anything that is required, you can basically do this, right? Now I will also be importing OS over here, right? OS we can specifically use later on. Okay, quickly. Now the first step, as I said, we have a PDF file, we need to read it, right? So now I will write, let's read the document. Okay, now first step, while reading the document, I'll create a function so that I can reuse it, and I'll write read doc, and here I will give my directory. I can also give my file. For that, what library will be used? PyPDF loader, right? Over here I'm using directory loader since I have to probably give my directory name, and then I will basically write file underscore loader, and I will initialize my PyPDF directory loader and basically give my directory path over here. Okay, so directory path over here, right? So as soon as I give my directory path, it will go to this specific directory and it will see whichever PDF is there and it will start loading it. Okay, and then I will go ahead and write file underscore loader dot load, right? Now see why I am showing you this step by step, because everybody should understand what steps we are doing it. Later on, to convert this into a modular code, it will be very much easy. That is the reason I'm writing it in the form of functions. All these functions will go into your utils.py file. Okay, and finally you can see over here, I'll get file loader underscore load. That basically means it is going to load all the documents, and here I will basically be getting my documents, right? And finally we will return this documents. Done, right? Now let's check if everything is working fine. So here I'm going to basically write read underscore doc, and this will basically be returning my document, and here I will give my document folder. So let me just go ahead and write documents in string, right? So this will basically be my directory path. Okay, and now if I execute what is this doc, it will probably read all the docs that are probably there. Now see, every page by page content, this is my first page, second page, third page, fourth page, fifth page, like this. I have 54 pages in my PDF, right? 54 pages. Now, if you also write length of doc, here also you'll be able to see it, right? So length of doc, I'm going to get 58. So that basically means we have done this first step, right? We have loaded, we have read this particular PDF, right? Now the next step is basically with respect to dividing these documents into text chunks, okay? So this is what we are probably going to do in our step 2. But till here, everything is working fine. So guys, now we have finished reading the document. Now what we are basically going to do is that we are going to convert this into chunks, right? Now for converting this into chunks, what we are specifically going to do, let's see. So here I'm going to write the code. Here I'm going to basically say divide the docs into chunks. And again, because of the model restriction of the token size, we really need to do this, okay? So here I'm going to basically use I'll create a function which is called as definition chunk data. Here, first thing I will basically give my docs. Then I'm going to basically mention my chunk size, right? So let me go ahead and mention my chunk size. My chunk size, I'm going to mention it as 800. You can also mention it as 1000, right? Don't keep a very huge value. And then I can also say, what about the chunk overlap? Okay. So the chunk overlap, like 50 characters can overlap from one sentence to the other sentence, right? So here, the next thing I'm going to basically create a text splitter, and that is where we are going to basically use this recursive character text splitter. So first thing first, I'm going to mention my chunk size, which will basically be my chunk size itself. And along with this, my chunk overlap, which will be nothing but the chunk overlap that I have basically mentioned. Great. So here I get my text splitter. And now I'm going to basically take this text splitter and split all the documents based on the kind of splitting that I've actually mentioned. So here basically I'll provide my docs as my parameter, and then I will convert this into, or I'll return this docs. Perfect. If you want to know more about this chunk, recursive character splitter, you can probably check this out documentation also. I'm going to specify over here. This documentation is good to understand what exactly it does and all, right? So perfect. This is my chunk data function. Now what I'm actually going to do is that quickly use chunk underscore data and try it on my docs file, right? So here I'm going to basically mention my docs. Docs is this, I've actually got this. Docs is equal to doc. Okay. And let's see. So this will basically be my documents. It is just going to apply all this, right? It is going to convert that entire document into a chunk size of 800 with the overlap of 50. Okay. And probably if I go and see my documents, you will be able to see it. Now see, every document has now been properly mentioned, right? And the document that we are specifically reading is the Indian budget document, right? So any question that I probably ask related to Indian budget, I'll be able to get the answer. Done. This is good. If I probably want to see the length of the documents also, I can also see it. Okay. Just to get an idea, like 58 is the length. Okay. Great. So this is done. Now the next step, what I'm actually going to do is that I'm going to also initialize my embedding technique. So embedding technique of OpenAI, right? So we are going to initialize this. So here I'm going to mention embeddings is equal to OpenAI embeddings. And here I'm going to use my API key, os.environment. I can directly use os.environment and I can mention what is my API key. So here I can say OpenAI underscore API underscore key, right? So this is what is my embedding. So let me just quickly see what exactly is my embedding. So here is my embeddings that I'm going to probably use. And this is what is basically used to convert that text into vectors, right? So quickly we have done this. Then I'm going to probably create my vectors. Let's test any vectors with this embeddings, okay? And there are various other embedding techniques like one hot, word to vec, average word to vec and all. But in OpenAI embeddings, this provides you a much more advanced technique, okay? And over here also, it will provide you some kind of vectors, like there will be some vector size also with respect to this. Okay, like every sentence will be provided with respect to a vector size. So here, if I want to probably check and write embed underscore query and just test it with respect to anything like how are you, right? And let's see what kind of vectors we will probably get. So this is my vectors that I'm actually getting. See the entire text. And if I want to probably check the length of these vectors, it will also give you the length of this vectors. Okay. So it is something around 1536. And this length will be super important because at the end of the day, where I probably create my vector database, I have to specify this length, okay, for my problem statement. Now, great. Now let's create our vector search DB in Pinecone, okay. And now this step is very much important because after this particular step, we will be able to see what kind of vector database we probably get. Okay, vector search DB in Pinecone. So let's go ahead and let's quickly create this vector DB. Okay. So guys, here is the Pinecone documentation. You can probably check it out. Get started using Pinecone, explore our examples. This is there. What is the main important information about this Pinecone is that it definitely helps you in semantic search. In chatbots also it helps you, right? Where it probably helps you to store the entire vector, right? And it provides you generative QA with OpenAI integration, LangChain literal augmentation, RAG also we basically say, OpenAI integration, and it has multiple uses, okay? So if I probably show you one of the document or guide, right? So if I probably go ahead and click on the guide, right? And this is where we really need to create the vector database. I'll show you the steps of creating it. Right? So Pinecone makes it easy to provide long-term memory for high-performance AI application. It is managed cloud-native vector database with a simple API, no infrastructure hassles. Pinecone serves fresh filtered query results with low latency at a scale of billions of vectors. So if you have a huge data set, you want to probably work with the vectors, you can probably store it over here in the form of vector database. What is the importance? Vector embedding provides long-term memory for AI. Vector database stores and queries embedding quickly at a scale, so anytime it is probably saved. If you're querying it, you will be able to get the response very much quickly. Now, first thing first, how you have to probably create this. Okay, so if you once you log in over here or sign up, you will be able to see this. Okay, so and here I've already created one index. Okay. But this index will not work because see, in the free tier, right, it allows you to just create one index. So I will just delete this and show you how to probably create it completely from scratch. So this is the name. So I'm going to delete this index because at the end of the day, whatever vectors you are probably storing, it will start indexing it. Okay. So this is terminated. Now we will go ahead and create a new index. So for creating a new index, what I have to probably do is give a name. So let's say I'm giving LangChain vector. Now this is super important. Configure your index. The dimension and metrics depends on a model you select. Right now, based on a model, if I probably see to it, right? So here you'll be able to see what is the length that I was able to get from my embeddings, 1536. So this is what is the dimension that I'm also going to give it over here. And since I'm basically doing cosine similarity kind of stuff, or you can also do dot product Euclidean, but I'll stay to cosine similarity because at the end of the day, the similarity search that is probably going to happen is with the help of cosine similarity. And then finally we go ahead and create the index. This is the main thing that you probably need to do. This is basically getting terminated. And this was the data that I had actually inserted. But again, we will do it. Okay. So if I go to back to probably a index, let's see why it is not created or still it is showing terminating. It should not show terminating, but at the end of the day, because one, I have already deleted it, or I can just change the name if I want. So, but it is created over here. Okay. LangChain vector. And it is a free tier. In the case of free tier, they will provide you this thing, right? Now, from this, there's some important information that you really need to retrieve. One is the environment. One is the database name. Okay. So index name. So I'll go back to my code. Here, you'll be able to see vector search DB in Pinecone. Let's initialize it. I've imported Pinecone. I will say dot init. Okay. So dot init basically does the initialization. Here, two information are required. API key. Okay. API key with some information, comma. The next thing that I probably require is environment. Okay. So environment, something is required. So let's retrieve this two information. Along with this, what I can also do, I have to also provide my index underscore name. So here I will specifically say my index number underscore name. Index name, I have already copied it from there. So it is nothing but LangChain vector. Let's go and see where is the API key and environment. So here I'm going to go back. If I go and see, there is an option of API keys. So this is basically my API key. I will copy it and I will paste it over here. Okay. So I've pasted my API key over here. Now the environment thing, where will I get my environment? So if I go to indexes and if I click this, this is the environment that I will be able to get it, right? So this two information is specifically required. I will paste it over here, right? So this two information is done. By executing it, my vector search DB will get initialized over there. But at the end of the day, I need to put all these embeddings, specifically all these embeddings in my vector DB, right? So over there, I will again use Pinecone, which I have actually initialized. And I'll say from documents. And here I will give all my docs. So from documents, I'm going to first of all give my doc parameter over here, the doc which I need to probably store it in my vector DB. And then I will go ahead and write embeddings. Embeddings, what kind of embeddings that I am specifically giving is the same embeddings that we probably created. And then I have my index name is equal to whatever index name I have basically initialized. So as soon as I probably execute this, you will be able to see that I will be able to get one index over here. Okay. So let me just go ahead and execute it. It will probably take some amount of time because I have a huge data over there, but you will be able to see the changes once I probably go over here. Okay. So if I go ahead and click it and if I refresh it, let's see. Okay. Whether we'll be able to see everything or not, whether the data part and all we will be able to see. So here you can probably see query by vector and all the data is there. If I want to probably see the vector count, it is 58 because the document size that you could probably see is 58, right? And these are all the information you can see over here. All the data has been basically stored, and based on the metadata, you can probably see it. It has already done the indexing. Now, any query that you probably hit it over here in the form of vectors, you'll be able to get those specific response. Okay. Now, to do the query part, what I will do, I will apply a cosine similarity. So I will say cosine similarity, retrieve results. Okay. So I will try to retrieve the results over here. So here, let me just go ahead and write definition retrieve underscore query. And here I will say query k is equal to 1. Let's say k is equal to 2. I will probably see the top 2 query. Now the second thing is that if I want to probably query, I will get the matching results, whatever matching results. I'll use the same index dot, whatever index is over here, dot similarity. Let's see, index dot similarity underscore search, right? The similarity underscore search, what I can do is that, let's see what function I've actually made for similarity underscore search, because I need to probably get those documents also, right? So basically, I need to also create one more function over here, right? And that function will basically be my similarity underscore search. That basically means what is my result that I'm probably going to get, right, inside this. So index.similarity underscore search is a function that is probably present inside this index itself, right? So similarity underscore search, and here I will probably give my query, comma, k is equal to some k value. Okay, so what is the k? K is equal to 2, whatever results I'm specifically getting. And here I'm going to return my matching results. Okay, matching results. So once I execute it, so this is basically my retrieve query example. So any query that I specifically give with respect to that particular PDF, I'll be able to get the answer. Now, this is fine. This is the function to get the data from the database itself, right? So cosine similarity retrieve results from VectorDB. I'll write it over here so that you will be able to understand. Okay, so done. This is the function that is basically required. Now, two important libraries that I'm going to probably use. One is from LangChain. LangChain.change.question answering. I'm using load question answering chain. And along with this, I'm also going to use OpenAI. OpenAI will specifically be used to create my model. And here, my LLM model will be created with the help of this. So here I've written OpenAI model name will be text DaVinci 003, and I've taken the temperature value as this one. And then I'm also going to create my chain where I specifically use this load QA chain. And load keyword chain actually helps you to create a question answer application. And then here I will go ahead and write chain type is equal to stuff. Okay. So my chain is ready, my LLM is ready, everything is ready. Now all I need to do is that retrieve my queries, right? For retrieving the queries, I will specifically be using this retrieve query function also. So let's go ahead and write my definition. I will go search answers from vector database, VectorDB. Okay. And here I will basically write definition retrieve answers, and whatever query I specifically give over here, based on that, I should be able to get it, right? So if I probably see doc search, then I will write doc search is equal to, I'll call that same function retrieve query with my query that I'm actually going to give. And then I will also print my doc search, okay, whatever print I'm basically getting. Now, whenever I get that specific doc search, I should also run this chain that I've actually created, right? To load keyword chain. So here I'm going to basically say chain dot run, and inside this, what will basically be my input documents? So I will say input documents is equal to, I will give my doc search, right? The document that I'm probably going to search, and then the next will be my question, which will be in the form of query, right? The query that I'm actually getting. So once I do this, my chain will basically be running, and it will provide you some kind of response that it probably gets from the VectorDB, okay, if it matches, right? And then we are going to return this specific response. Done. Now see the magic, okay? Once I probably call this function, what will happen? So here I will write our query, okay? So the query will be, I saw something, right? I basically, so this will basically be my retrieve answer, okay? Now see this. I read the PDF. I could find one question over there. How much the agriculture target will be increased by how many crores, right? How much the agriculture target will be increased by how many crores? I've just written this kind of statement. Now this retrieve query, as soon as we call, it will basically, retrieve answer as soon as we call. Okay. So here I'll just make this function change also. The spelling should be right? Retrieve. And here also I'm going to probably make this to retrieve answers. Okay. Now, as soon as I give my query over here, it will go to retrieve query. It will see from the index, right? It will probably do the similarity search. It will give you the two results itself. So let me just go ahead and see the answer over here. Now, retrieve answer is not defined. Why? Okay, I have to execute this. Sorry. Now it should be able to get the answer. See? So agriculture credit target will be increased to 20 lakh crore with an investment of so and so information. I've just put, right? I can also write any other question. How is the agriculture doing? Right? So I may get some kind of question answer. If it is not able to get something, then it will say, I don't know. Okay. The government is promoting corporate based this. I'm getting that information from the entire PDF itself. Right? So this is how beautifully you can probably get this. And now it is probably acting as a question answer application. Right? Now, see, this is what is the base. You have a VectorDB, you're asking any question and you're getting some kind of response. Now, on top of that, you can also do a lot of prompt templating. You can probably convert this into a quiz app. You can convert it into a question answer chatbot. You can convert this into a text summarizer. You can do whatever things you want, right? And this is what is the specific power over here, right? And this is really, really good. And that is what I'm probably going to show you in the next video. On top of it, like how can I probably do a custom prompt templating on my LLM application? This is what I'm probably going to show you in the next video. But here I've shown you about what is vector database and why it is very much important, what exactly, how the vectors are basically stored. And here you can probably see, this is how your vector is stored. If I probably search for any vector over here, I'll be able to get those kind of response over here, right? Based on that search itself. So start using this. Many companies are basically using this. At the end of the day, just for your practice sake, it is completely for free, right? But if you want more than one indexes, two indexes, then at that point of time, you can probably take a paid version that specifically requires in a company itself. So I hope you are able to understand this amazing project. Hello all, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, just a few days to end this specific year. This month was amazing because I was able to upload many videos related to generative AI. Many people had actually requested it. The reason is very simple, because all the students who have made successful career transition into the data science industry, they're working in different LLM projects. So I hope you're liking all those videos that I'm specifically uploading. Again, as requested, if you like this particular videos and all, please do make sure that you subscribe the channel, press the bell notification icon, hit like. This will motivate me to upload more videos as we go ahead. So it is a sincere request. Please do that and share with many people as possible by you. The reason is that all these videos is completely for free. My main aim is basically to teach you in such a way that where you understand each and everything in depth. Let it be theoretical intuition, practical intuition, and many more, right? So what are we discussing in this specific video? So I hope everybody has heard about Gemini, right? Gemini API, that was probably Gemini model that was launched from Google. Obviously, the demo that they had actually shown on the website, it was not true demo. They had made up that particular demo. But now the Gemini Pro model is available for you, and you can also use it for your own demo purpose. We'll see a complete demo, like how these models are, these large language models are, and how it is probably performing. We'll be seeing various codes. I'll be showing you that how you can probably create an API for this. And the best thing is that with respect to this, they have come up with this two different plan. One is free for everyone. The Gemini Pro model, which is free for everyone, it has a rate limit of 60 queries per minute. That basically means within a minute, you can actually just hit 60 queries. Price is free. Price output is also free. Input output is free. And you can start using this to just get to know like how powerful the Gemini Pro is. And I probably used it. It looks pretty much good, at least not like that fancy thing what it showed in the demo, not like that. But yes, we can compare with ChatGPT, or we can compare with OpenAI APIs, which perform various tasks like text summarization, text classification, or let's say other tasks like Q&A and many more, right? So the next plan that is probably going to come, which can be specifically used in industries, that is pay as you go, and that basically starts for more than 60 queries per minute. Okay. So here is the entire information. I will be providing the link with respect to the description in the description of this particular video. Now let's go ahead and check the documentation, and one by one I will show you how you can probably create the API keys, how you can probably load it and start using it. Okay. So first of all, just go to the Python section over here, and I'm just going to click on this Google Colab. So as soon as I probably clicked on this Google Colab, you can probably see over here, I've got this entirely. Okay. So we will go ahead step by step. We'll understand each and every line of code. We'll see multiple examples, and then let's see how good the Gemini API is. Okay. So as suggested, as I told you already, this is like Gemini has come up in 3 different versions, and Gemini Pro is right now available for you. Okay. Where you can probably try. And just by seeing these things, right, I've already tried it out. I feel that yes, it is good enough, right? If I compare with any OpenAI APIs, yes, it is doing a fabulous task. Okay. I know the demo was bad, but here the things that I'm going to execute is very much good. So to get this particular notebook file, all you have to do is that click on Python over here and just click on this. Okay. So this is the entire information, how you can probably create the API key and all. I will be showing you step by step. Okay. So let's start this video. Before that, please do hit like. As you know that I always thought that within this year, right, I may reach 10 lakh subscribers, but I could not. But it's okay. For the next upcoming 3 to 4 months, I would definitely like to reach 10 lakh subscribers. Okay, 10 lakh subscribers. 10 lakh is a very good number, right? And just imagine how much beneficial it is for so many people out there. So let's go ahead and start this. Okay, so we will go step by step. I know. Please try to understand these things because I will be explaining you the code, what exactly Gemini API is all about, what this Gemini model, why it is so good, because this is a multi-model, right? Multi-model. That basically means it is trained on both text and images. So I'll show you if I probably give an image and it will be able to read that image and it will be able to give you the information about that image. That powerful this specific model is. Okay. So we'll set up our development environment and get the API access to Gemini. So this is the entire agenda. We will generate text response from text inputs. We will generate text responsive from multimodal inputs, and then we'll use Gemini for multi-turn conversation. And we'll also see how different embeddings can be applied for large language model. Okay. So first of all, this generative AI there is a library which is called as Google Generative AI. With the help of API, you can use various features that is available in this Gemini model, right? Gemini Pro model. So first of all, I will go ahead and install this entire library, that is Google Generative AI, okay, with the help of this specific code. It may take some time. Again, it depends on your internet speed, how good it is. And then after we probably go ahead and install this, so import the specific library. Now here are some of the important things that we are going to do. Okay. So first of all, you'll be able to see we are importing pathlib, textwrap, Google Generative AI as Gen AI. So this is the alias that we are going to specifically use. And this is the library that has almost all the features over there. From google.collab, you import user data. Inside user data, you can store your API key. Okay, I will show you how you can probably do it. Along with this, I'm probably importing display and markdown to display the information. And there is another method which is called as definition to underscore markdown. That basically means whenever I get any kind of response, I'm going to replace this dot by star, because I think this generative AI, this Gemini Pro, gives some kind of response where it will be having this kind of output. Okay. And then we are going to convert that entire data with respect to markdown. Okay, so all these things we are specifically importing. Now let's go to our next step, setting up your API key. So for doing that, just click on this particular link. Okay, so it will go to this makersuite.google.com app API key. You can also create Palm APIs from here and all, right? So after going over here, what you can do, you can actually go ahead. I've already created one particular API key over here, which you can actually see. If you want to create a new API key, just go ahead and click on this. As soon as you click on this, you will be getting the API key. You just copy from there. And here, what I have done, I have written the API key over here. Okay, so don't worry that this API key is not right. I've already executed, or I have already stored that particular API key itself, right? So probably when I share this particular notebook with you, you'll not be able to see this API key over there. Until then, I may have also deleted it from here. Okay, so the reason, don't use this, do it with your own, because it is completely for free, right? 60 queries, you can actually hit it. Now let's go ahead and do one thing. First of all, I'm creating an environment variable called as Google underscore API underscore key. Okay, so this will basically be my API key. Okay, and I will remove this. I will not require this. And then what I'm doing over here, I'm saying genai.configure API key, and I'm using the environment variable, and I'm setting that API key to this. Okay, so once I do this, done. That basically means my API is configured. This is the simple steps that you specifically need to do. Now, what all models you specifically get from Gemini API? So over here, there are two models. One is Gemini Pro. This is optimized for text only prompts. So text summarization, Q&A, chat, anything that you specifically want to do, you have to use this specific model, that is Gemini Pro. And then you have one more model which is called a Gemini Pro Vision. This is optimized for text and image prompts. Okay. So for text and image prompts specifically, you can use Gemini Pro version. If you want to check how many different models are there, just write for m in genai.list underscore model. List underscore models will give you all the models that it is basically having. And it is saying that if generated content in m supported generation methods, then it will show you all both the model name. So here you can probably see that as soon as you execute this, you will be getting that you have two models. One is Gemini Pro and then the other one is Gemini Pro Vision. Now let's go ahead and let's try something. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to use the Gemini Pro model. This is specifically for text related task. Okay. So here I'm going to use generative AI, Gen AI dot. There is a method which is called as generative model, and there I'll be giving my model name. So once I execute this, this basically becomes my model. So if I probably go ahead and execute over here, so here you'll be able to see that I am getting a model. Trust me guys, this is good enough, because if you don't have OpenAI API key also, you can use this. And when you use this, you'll be able to understand more about the LLM models. Okay. So Now let's go ahead and use one method which is called as generate content. This generate content method can handle a variety of use cases, including multi-turn chat, multimodal input, depending on what the underlying model supports. So here I've used Gemini Pro. So in this particular case, I am going to specifically use it for text related task. Okay. So now here we use model.generate_content, and here I'm giving the message. What is the meaning of life? Okay. So this is the default message. Once I execute this, you see the response time. The response time with respect to this particular time, it will go ahead and capture. So, and also remember guys, when I was executing some time before, this was really fast. Right now it is a little bit slow. Is it the problem of internet connection? I don't know. Okay, so but here you can see user time, it took 120 milliseconds, system time was 10.5 milliseconds, total time was 131 milliseconds, which is very good. Like OpenAI API speed, I think it will take more than this. Okay, that I specifically know. Now in order to see the response, I will use this _markdown and we will write response.text. As soon as I write this, you will now be able to see the output of this, right? What is the meaning of life? So here you can see that the meaning of life is a philosophical question that has been posed by human for centuries, so and so, blah, 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 blah. All the information is very much easily given and it looks good. You did not have to do any other prompt template techniques to probably put it in this dotted point. It has considered in a better way. Yes, you can again use prompt template also for this purpose. Okay. So if the API, and now this is the most important thing which I like about Gemini Pro. Okay. If the API failed to return a result, use generate content response.prompt_feedback. Now you may be thinking why the API may fail. It may be because of some or the other reason. To see it was blocked due to safety concerns. Okay, because of safety concerns also it may not give you some response. Now what may be that safety concern? Okay, so first of all we will go and see response.prompt_feedback. When I probably execute this, I also have these all features that are probably coming up. This information in the response: safety rating, category, harm category, sexually explicit, probability negligible. So you can see it is categorizing based on this 4 important categories, whether it is a hate speech, whether it is a harassment, whether it is a dangerous content, right? And here you can probably see that it is also giving that particular feedback. If any of the feedback is positive, I think you may not get a response. So let's go ahead and execute this particular code and let's see whether this works true or not. Okay, I definitely want to check it out. So I will go ahead and execute and I will say, okay, I do not mean anything to write anything bad over here, but I would just like to see how to insult someone. Let's see. Okay, I'm just trying. I don't mean to, but let's see. So here you will be able to see that whether I'll be able to get a response or not. And again over here, now it has becomes fast, right? So now let's go ahead and do this. See, the response part quick access only works for a single can, but none were returned. Now I will go ahead and check this prompt feedback. Now this is where block reason, safety. See over here, harm category, harassment, medium. So this is what is so good in this. Ethics is definitely there, right? So it is not giving you any kind of response, right? So I hope you have understood the importance of this. Okay. Now similarly, Gemini can also generate multiple possible responses for a single prompt. Okay, it can also generate, right? So for that you just need to use this responses.candidates. Now what I will do, I will not execute this, but instead we will go ahead and execute this. What is the meaning of life? Okay. Okay, so let's execute this. It's okay. Or I'll just go ahead and ask a different question. Can you let me know about the future of generative AI? Okay, so I'm asking this specific question. Now let's see. I'm not executing this. Now it should definitely give me some kind of response. And this also depends on the kind of like amount of tokens that is probably coming from the LLM model. So here it has taken 122 milliseconds. Now let's see the prompt feedback. I think this is absolutely fine. Okay. And here I will also go ahead and see my text. It'll give, so here you can see the future of generative AI holds immense potential and promises to revolutionize various style GAN, GPT-3, this is there. Now, if I go ahead and write response.candidates, okay. Now here you can probably see that I'm getting the entire info. This is so nice. See, so this is my first text, right? Role model, find this, all the information is there with respect to all the information that you will be able to see that, right? All, whatever thing we executed step by step, we are getting everything. Okay. So this is very, very good. Okay. Now, by default, the model returns a response after completing the entire generation process. You can also stream the response as it is being generated, and the model will return chunks of the response as soon as they are generated, which is absolutely amazing again, right? So what we can also do is that you can stream the response. Okay, no need to wait for the entire response. So let's see. Okay, so here I will use the same question. Let me see. So I will, so can you let me know the future of generative AI? Now I think for this, it will not take much time when compared to the previous one that we had done, right? So here I will go ahead and write. All you have to do is that just write over here. Let me just show you. Okay, you just need to add a parameter which is called as stream is equal to true. By that you'll be able to get the response as it is being generated. So let me just go ahead and execute this. Okay, now I'm not going to directly print response.text, but I'm saying that for every chunk in response, print chunk.text text. Okay, and then it will show 80 like dotted lines. Okay, so we can also display this in this way. So here you can probably see how fast it was able to chunk by chunk. Obviously, when chunk by chunk is getting displayed, it will be very, very good, right? So here you can probably see all the information, ethical, this needed for skill force, long-term impact on society and all. Now, one more thing is that when streaming, some response attributes are not available until you have iterated through all the response chunk. This is demonstrated below. So here, if I say what is the meaning of life with streaming is equal to true, now you will be able to see that. Let's see. Okay. So once this gets executed, now I have this response.prompt feedback. In prompt feedback, you'll be understanding whether it has some problems or not with respect to that thing. Now, if I directly go ahead and write response.text, okay, it will automatically tell me, please let the response complete iteration before accessing the final cumulated attribute. Okay. So this is a very good problem statement. And now based on your requirements, what I feel when compared to OpenAI, still Gemini API that we have, right? It may have more functionalities as we go ahead, but till now it really looks promising. It looks really good. Okay. Now we will try to generate and text from image and text inputs. Okay. So this is also good. Now let's download this image. So by using a curl operation, I am probably downloading the image. If you see the image looks something like this. Okay. Or I may also use some more image, right? I will write cat playing image. Okay. So cat playing image. So here you will be able to see some images. Let's see. This looks like a complicated image. I guess it should find some problem. Okay. Downloads. Okay. Downloads. Here I will say upload that specific image. Okay. I will save it. Let's rename this image. I will say cat.jpg. Now if I execute this over here, I will write cat.jpg. Okay. Now this is the image. It looks something like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this image to my Gemini Pro vision model, and then we will see what it can understand from this image. Like if I say that the cat is playing with some cotton fur or wool, right? This cotton wools. Now let's see what answer Gemini Pro vision gives, right? So first of all, we will go ahead and load Gemini Pro vision. Okay. And then we will go ahead and generate model.generate content image, and then we'll say to markdown response.text. Okay, so let's go and see the answer. So it is going to take that image. Here directly we are giving the image. Now it is going to understand this specific image. It is going to read and it is going to understand. It is going to give me a response in text. Okay, now let's see. So this looks amazing till here, but let's see the response. I really want to see the response of this, and it is taking some amount of time. I think when we go with respect to the paid API, it will be a little bit less, but again, it depends on the image size, how we are specifically calling it and all, right? Let's see. I think as we go ahead, the correct answer is play, right? So here you can probably see, if I go ahead and see this image, right, it shows play. Now it was not that well, but let's see the previous one. Okay, so let's see the previous one over here. Okay, I think with just play it is showing. I think I'm not satisfied with that specific answer, but we can also try with the previous one. So let's say this is the image, and then we will go ahead and execute this. Let's see what kind of response it gives us. So here you have some tiffin box, you have broccolis, you have some food item, right? So let's see. Till then I will download some more images. Okay. Let's see. Let's take this image also. Images.jpg. I will go ahead and upload it over here. Okay. I just want to see the answer. Like what all different kind of answers we specifically get. Yes. Right now for this image to text, I think we are taking some time, but I don't know, like in the future, it may have a good response time when compared to right now, but here definitely some amount of time is basically happening, right? Or these are meal prepared containers with chicken, brown rice, broccoli and bell peppers. This also looks good. So it is able to give minute details over here. This is really good. Okay, now I will go ahead and write play images.jpg. Let's see. So this is the image. I think this image is small, so it should be able to give, it should be able to check the image and generate some kind of text. Let's see. It was an error post internal, please try a report. Okay, some kind of error is basically coming up. Okay, let's see. I think it was a timeout issue, or I don't know, but I think now we should be able to see the answer. Okay, it is giving in some Chinese text. Okay, so this I think works with some other kind of images itself, or where you have a detailed image, but definitely some of the use cases is failing over here. Okay, so I feel that it is failing over here. Okay, now let's try this one. Okay, so there is one more option. I don't know, like with respect to image, do we have to give only this kind of images? If I'm giving cat images, cat playing images, I don't know what kind of response that we are getting, or do we have some options to probably change it? We'll have a look. Okay, now the next thing is that to provide both text and images in a prompt, I'm saying that write a short engaging blog post based on this picture. It should include description, this. I think for this, it should be able to give, right? It should be able to give. I think that is the reason it was not giving that well. So now let's see. I will go ahead and write cat.jpg. I hope it was cat.jpg only. Okay. So yes, this was cat.jpg. Can you include the description of the photo okay. Let's see. Can you write a short blog based on this picture? Okay, it should include the description of the photo. Okay, now let's see what kind of response we specifically get. And here the second parameter, I'm giving it as image, and that is how we are going to probably get it. And to provide both text and image, pass a list containing the strings and the image. So this is my string, the first thing that I'm giving this along with this image. So I'm saying that write a short engaging blog post based on this picture. Okay, so now let's see what kind of response we will specifically get. Okay. And quickly, let's see. But I did not find a good output, something like this. So here it says like that only, right? Is designed to handle multimodal prompts and return a text output. Okay, perfect. So yes, this is there. Now let's convert this into text. The adorable ginger kitten is having a blast playing with a colorful cat toy. The kitten is batting at the toy with his paw. This looks good, right? I'm really impressed. By seeing the image, it is providing you all the information. Okay. Now let's see one more. Okay. Spartan's image. I don't know. Let's see. Spartan's group image. I will put this image. Let's see. It looks good. I like this image. Spartans.jpg. Okay. So I have put this image. Let's upload this and let's see whether it will be able to provide the description or not. First is observing what all things are there in the image. I think that is what Gemini Pro Vision actually gives you. Okay. So here I will say Spartans.jpg. No subdirectory. Why? Spartan. It is Spartan. Okay. Spartan. So this is my image, which looks, oops. What is the error now? Spartan. Okay, it is JPEG. Okay. So I'm getting this specific image of Spartan right now. And let's see how it looks like. So this is the entire image right now. Let me just go ahead and give this image over here. Okay. I'm saying it to generate the content, model.generate content. Let's see. And I'm saying write a short, engaging blog post based on this picture. It should include a description of the photo. Okay. So it is, what I feel is that vision, it was not able to just recognize everything, but the text information that we are getting over here is good. In this epic scene from the movie 300, Leonidas, the king of Sparta. Okay. It is able to understand from the movies also completely. Right, which is absolutely very, very good. Okay. So I hope you like this particular video, guys. Please go ahead and try it out. And there is one more assignment that I really want to give in this. Go ahead and try. There is something called as chat conversation. So there are a couple of very simple, by using Gemini Pro, you can actually do it. Just go ahead and try this. You just need to execute by appending this in the history. All the information is given over here. Okay. But yes, I feel Gemini Pro looks promising, and yeah, it looks good. In some computer vision, right, the images that I gave like cat and all, it was just saying play. So at least it was able to understand someone is playing over there. Okay. So guys, yet another amazing end-to-end project for you. And in this particular project, we are probably going to create a multi-language invoice extractor, and we are going to use Gemini Pro API for this. Gemini Pro has been quite amazing. You can definitely do a lot, many things. I have prepared more 10 to 15 different kind of projects that are related to real world industries. And trust me, all these specific projects are performing exceptionally well with respect to accuracy. So over here, we are going to focus on creating a multi-language invoice extractor app. We'll be using Gemini Pro. We will be writing all the code step by step. So please make sure you practice along with me. And once we practice things, right, then you get multiple ideas like what different kind of projects we can basically do. Okay. So let's go ahead and first of all, let me show you the agenda, what all things we are basically going to focus on. So here is the entire agenda. So in this agenda, what we are going to focus on, first of all, I will go ahead and show you the multi-language invoice extractor app demo. Okay, how the demo looks like. Later on, we will start the process of creating the project by creating the environment, first of all. Then we will go ahead with the requirement.txt, what all libraries we are specifically required. And then we will start writing our code. This will be an end-to-end project code. Step by step, we will try to build this app. Again, it will take some time. Let's say this project will probably take somewhere around 25 to 30 minutes. And then in fifth point, we will also discuss about what more additional improvements you can specifically do so that you can also try it from your side. And as usual, guys, I'm actually keeping target likes for every video. So let's target 1,000 likes for this specific video, because all these videos will be super beneficial for you in the companies. So let me first of all complete the first one, that is the demo. Okay, so here you can probably see this is my entire app. Okay, and here I have actually uploaded one of the invoice. Okay, so this is the GST invoice and it is completely in Hindi. Okay, the best thing is that if I ask any question related to this using Gemini Pro, so here I have asked what is the address in the invoice. So address basically means over here 123 SBC building DEF state. So this is just a common invoice I have taken from the internet itself. So here you can probably see we are able to get the entire response. So this is quite amazing. Not only this, I've asked for different questions. What is the date? Let's say if I go ahead and say what is the date in the invoice, and here you can see date basically means dinak. So that usually this Google Gemini Pro is able to understand those things. Okay, so I think we will be getting the response. So let me just go ahead and see it. So it's running. So here you can probably see 12, 27, 21. So all the information in this specific invoice you are able to extract just by putting a prompt over here. Now the best thing about this particular project is that it is very difficult to automate it, because I'll tell you, we have tried this specific project with the help of Tesseract, OCR and all, right? Just imagine that Google Gemini is able to perform exceptionally when compared to all those kind of tools. Okay, so this was the demo. Now we will go ahead and probably develop this project completely end to end, and we'll start completely from scratch itself. So let me go ahead and let me start this specific project. So guys, here is one of the project that I've started in my VS Code itself. So first of all, just go to the terminal. So I will show you all the steps what you should basically do. As I suggested, the first step is basically to create my virtual environment. So for creating the virtual environment, I've already created it so that it does not take much time, because for creating the virtual environment also it takes some time. So in order to create it, just go ahead and write conda create -p, okay, venv, your environment name, okay, and then you can also give Python version. And remember to give Python version greater than 3.9 in this case, because Gemini Pro is suitable for Python version greater than 3.9. So here I'm going to basically use 3.10, and then you just give -y so that it does not ask you for any permission while doing the installation. As soon as you probably press enter, so this kind of venv environment will get created in the same project folder. Okay. So I'm not going to repeat this thing and probably execute it, because I've already done this. Okay. So just do it from your side with the help of this specific command. The second thing is that I will go into the .env file and I'll create an API key which will be available from the Google. Okay. So Google API key, this is basically for Gemini Pro. Now, if you don't know Gemini Pro is again an amazing model that is provided by Google, which actually provides you in a free way. So you can actually hit 60 queries per minute. Okay. So here is the API key that I have got. If you want to also create your API key, go to this website. Okay. makersuite.google.com/API key. And you can just click on this create API key new project. Okay. So I have already created it, so I don't want to create it again. Okay. So these are the first two steps. You really require the API key and you require the environment. Now, after that, you just activate, like you just write conda activate venv, okay, and just activate this specific environment. Okay, once you activate it, you will be able to see that you will be in that same environment location. Now, let's go to the next step in requirement.txt, what all libraries we specifically require. So here is Streamlit, then you have Google Generative AI, then you have Python.env, then you have LangChain. You have PyPDF. PyPDF is basically to load any PDF as such or read any PDF. Then you have ChromaDB. ChromaDB is specifically for vector embeddings. So we will try to also do vector stores or vector embedding. We'll try to create it. So these are the basic steps that we specifically require. Now let's go ahead and start my coding or creating this specific application. I will start writing the code completely from end. So first of all, what I will do, I will go ahead and load my environment variable. So I will say load from .env import load underscore .env. So the reason why I'm doing this is that so that I can upload my I can load all my environment keys. Okay. So if you remember, we have also installed python.env. So python.env is basically for all my environment variables. Now I will go ahead and write load._env. So this will, what it will do, it will load all the environment variables, from .env file. Okay. So this is what it is specifically going to do. We'll do step by step. Now you'll be able to understand, and please make sure that you write the code along with me so that you'll be able to understand it. Now, the next thing is that I will go ahead and use Streamlit, as Streamlit is a better framework to quickly, create an app. And definitely I use ChatGPT for taking out the code and all, right? So that is the reason you're able to see that I'm able to upload daily videos. See, not the entire project is created by ChatGPT, but how to use Streamlit, how to create this website kind of app, all those things I can usually use Streamlit, use ChatGPT. So then, so this is my Streamlit. The next thing is that I will go ahead and import OS. OS will basically be useful for picking up the environment variable, assigning the environment variable from somewhere else. Okay. Now this is done. The next thing that I want is from PIL, I also import image. Okay, I don't know whether I'll be using this, but let's see. The next thing, I will also go ahead and import from Google.generative AI as Gen AI. Okay, so I'm also going to import this specific, because Gen AI will be my entire libraries that I'm going to access it. Okay. So done. This is done. These are some of the basic things that we are specifically going to load it. Okay. Now, usually when we start any application using Gemini API, so what we need to also do is that we need to configure the API key. So here I'm going to write genai.configure API underscore key is equal to os.get env. Okay. And here I'm going to get my environment variable, that is nothing but Google API key. So here, whatever environment variable is basically present over here, we are going to take this. Okay. So configure. Okay. So genai.configure the API key with this. Okay. Now it's time that we will create our function to load Gemini Pro vision. Since the invoice instructor is on top of an image, so we have to use this Gemini Pro vision. Okay. So function to load, or first of all, I'll load the model. So I'll say model dot genai dot generative model. So I'm going to specifically use genai.generative model, and here I'm going to basically give my model name. So it will be Gemini Pro Vision. Okay. So once I do this, that basically means we are going to use this specific model. Now I will go ahead and write definition get Gemini response input image prompt. Okay. So let me go ahead and write model equal to genai. Sorry, I'll not initialize the model again. So what I will do, I will go ahead and write. See, the thing is that here I'm going to give three parameters. One is this specific input. Input basically means whatever input I really want, okay, with respect to all the images that I'm giving. And I'll also talk about this specific thing. Okay, the three important information. This input is basically I'm telling what I want the assistant to do. Okay, if I say, hey, you need to act as an invoice extractor, you need to act like an expertise who is very good at taking out details from the invoice, right? So that basically becomes my input. Okay. This prompt is what message I want, like what is the address I had actually written. This is basically the image that we are going to pass. Okay. So all those information, this three information, what we can basically do, I'll write response dot model dot generate content. And here we are going to use this three information. First of all is input. Then you have image of 0, the second one, and then you have the prompt. Okay. So this three information, basically when you're generating this content, you can give this three information in this same way. Okay. Input, image of 0 and prompt. Okay. So in Gemini Pro, they take all the parameters in the form of a list. Okay. And remember, the first parameter is basically the kind of prompt that you're giving, where your model needs to behave in that specific way. So I will talk more about it as we go ahead. And finally, we are going to just return the response.text. So this easy it is with the help of Gemini Pro. Okay. And that is the reason I'm loving it when I probably compare with OpenAI. And the best thing is that I can also use this along with my LangChain. You can probably use it with different things. I will show you. I've also created a project where you can chat with multiple documents. Okay. So that will be using LangChain and all. So this is the function that is specifically done. Now understand one thing, guys. We will do our Streamlit setup. Okay. So Streamlit setup, what I will do. So here I will go ahead and copy and paste like this. So here I'm using st.set page config. Let's say that I'll go ahead and say over here multi-language invoice extractor. Okay. Multi-language invoice extractor. Now in this multi-language invoice extractor, I will probably also give this information. Let's say. Okay. Now here I've given one input box. This one input box is my input prompt. Okay. And this is basically my upload file uploader. So I'm saying that choose an image. The image can be JPG, JPEG, PNG. This is the image of the invoice. Okay. So let me go ahead and write this message of the invoice. So once I specifically upload this specific file, then we can do anything that we want. Okay. Now the next thing is that I will create an image variable. I'll keep it blank initially. And let me go ahead and write if uploaded file is not none. So that basically means when I have uploaded some file, then I will go ahead and write image, and again I will be using image.open, and we will upload open this uploaded file. Okay. Now once we upload this, so what we can also basically do is that we can write some kind of image and all. I want to display the image also. As soon as I upload it, I probably want to display it. So I can just use this st.image functionality, and I'll say caption uploaded image, and we can use these properties. Now understand that this code, right? I have directly searched from ChatGPT. Okay. And I've just written, okay, just create me an image where to upload files and all, right? So very simple. It is not like I am learning from somewhere. I mean, not seeing the documentation. ChatGPT actually provides you everything. Google Powered provides you everything that is basically required. Now this is my uploaded file. Now I will also go ahead and create my submit button. So here I will go ahead and write st.button, and I will talk about it saying that tell me about the image. Okay. Tell me about the invoice. Something. So this is my message that I'm actually going to give in my submit button. And finally, I have to also design my input prompt now. See, this input that I'm actually going to give, right? So this basically becomes my input prompt. How I want the Gemini Pro LLM model to behave. So here I will go ahead and create my input prompt. Just see this. Okay. This is important. And this will also give you an idea like how input prompt works. Okay. How we can actually work with any kind of input prompt. I will say you are an expert, okay, in understanding invoices. Okay. We will upload a image as invoices. Okay. I'm just writing some messages, and you will have to answer any questions based on the uploaded invoice image. So this is just a basic prompt that I'm specifically using over here. I'm telling this to do something related to this. Okay, so this is my input prompt and all. I've written it over here. Then let me go ahead and write if submit button is clicked. If submit button is clicked. So this is my default input prompt. Now what I will do is that I'll also create my prompt template itself and probably go ahead, right? If submit button, okay, is clicked. Now what will happen if I click the submit button? So first of all, I will go ahead and write if submit. First, I need to get my image data. Okay. Now understand over here. As soon as we load the image, but still we have to do some kind of image processing and convert those images into some bytes. Okay. So for that, again, how do we do it? So I will write definition input underscore image setup. So for this, I have just written in ChatGPT saying that, and here will be my uploaded file. Okay. Uploaded file. Okay. Uploaded file. Okay. See, now you may be thinking what I'm doing in this function. In this function, what we are writing is that it will take that uploaded file, it will convert that into bytes, and it will give all the image format, all the image information in the bytes. Now, I did not write this code. I just went and searched in the ChatGPT, and this is the code that I specifically got. Okay. And this code is quite amazing. Same way, nothing, I did not do anything. See, here, if the uploaded file is not none, so we first of all, we are getting all the values. Then the image part, what all things we basically require, the type, the data in bytes data, right? And then we are returning the image parts in this two format. Okay. The MIME type and data. And if the file is not uploaded, this is that. So this is completely, I got it from ChatGPT. I'm not bragging anything about myself and all. Again, ChatGPT is already trained in internet data. So it's just like writing an input prompt and I'm saying that, okay, I require this two specific information. Please give me that information. Now in this image data, what we will basically do is that we will get all the image information. So here I will go and write input image setup. So let me do one thing. Input image details. Okay. So I will call this, give a good name. Okay. And here I will give my uploaded file. Okay. Uploaded file. So uploaded file, whatever uploaded file I'm specifically getting, I'm going to give that specific thing over here. Now by this, I will be getting my image data. Now image data, once I get it, okay, then I will go ahead and write my response and go ahead and call my get Gemini response. So here I'm going to basically write my input prompt. First parameter is this. Second parameter that I'm going to give is my image data as usual. Remember, all the information will be coming in the form of list. Okay. So image underscore data, and this will basically be my input. And this input is nothing but whatever information I'm putting it over here. All this information will go over here and you have all this information in this format, right? Now, after this, I will get the response and now I will go ahead and write st.subheader. I'm giving some kind of subheader. I will write the response is st.write and I will just display the response. Okay. Whatever response we are specifically getting. Okay. That response we are going to get over here. So all this information is done and this is really good. Now it's time that we can just run the code. So guys, now let's go ahead and run this. We have completed almost everything that we really want to do. Now is the most amazing thing whether the project will run or not. Okay. So if the project runs, it is absolutely good because at the first time we have written the code and everything should work fine. So here I'm going to write streamlit run up.py and let's go and execute this. So it has opened. Let's see. So I've downloaded 2 invoices. Let's see what all things will be there. First, we will try with the normal invoice. Okay. So here you can see all the information. Who is this invoice build to? Okay. So I'm going to put this information over here and I'm going to click it. Tell me about the image. Tell me about the invoice. All the information will be provided over here. This is good. So your client, so all the information is over here. Your client, this, even the number has been extracted, which is quite amazing. It is really a daunting process, guys. Okay. Let's see. I will just take a small one. What is the deposit requested? Okay. So I will just go ahead and write it. What is the deposit requested? This is good. This is giving an amazing response. So I will go ahead and click tell me about the invoice over here, and here you go. Let's see what it is going to get. So tell me about the deposit requested. It is just saying your company. Who is the deposit? Okay, my prompt is wrong. Tell me. So it is not able to understand the context. Obviously, if you don't give the proper tell me how much was the deposit requested. I'll give a good response. Okay, so I will go ahead and now click on. It should give the proper answer. I think now it is somewhere 169.95. It will pick up that exact info and provide you all those information. This is good. So let's see. 169.95. This is good, guys. This is, trust me, this is very, very close. What was the consulting fees? So let me go ahead and write. What was the consulting fees? Now I think it should get confused with those two values. What was the amount of the consulting fees? I think it should be able to give it. Let's see. Then we'll try with some other language invoice like Hindi and all. Okay. Let's see. I think it should work fine. But this is a good thing, guys. You can automate this entire process. Just imagine, it is such a daunting process with respect to invoice. Just see that whether you get an invoice and all. So the amount of the consulting fees was $550. Okay, it is taking this information. Okay, there are some minor mistake, but other than that, I think, let's see. What was the total discount? Let's see. Discount is somewhere around 179.84. But if you give proper prompt, I think you'll be able to get a good response. Okay. 179.84. Okay. So let's go ahead and try some other invoice. So this also looks good. And let me go ahead and write this. So here I will go ahead and write, what is the HSN of Lenovo 51251? Lenovo, in Hindi it is written in Lenovo. So what is the HSN number of Lenovo? Okay, I'm writing it in English. 51251. 5125i. Let's see whether it will be able to give or not. See, this small information also it will be able to take. Now over here the date is dinak. Okay, in Hindi we basically say it as dinak. So here you can see 84713010. Amazing, just amazing. Okay, so what is the date in the invoice? And you can try anything. You can try different invoices if you want. I've downloaded these invoices from internet. You can also do it. Okay. So yes, here, let me see whether you're able to get it. Yes, perfect. So guys, this was it from my side. I hope you like this particular video. If you like it, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel, and all the information regarding this will be given in the description of this particular video. In this video, we are going to see how we can actually build a conversational Q&A chatbot with the help of Gemini Pro API. Not only that, we'll also try to save all this chat in the form of a history, and we'll also display all the results that we all had a conversation about. That is the reason we are discussing about conversational Q&A chatbot. So before I go ahead, guys, we will keep the like target of this specific video to 1000, so that I will definitely get motivated, and I'll try to bring more similar kind of projects for every one of you out there. Now, before I go ahead, please let me go ahead and show you the demo. So this is how the demo will look like. So if I ask hi, you can probably see I will be getting the answer, the response. How can I assist you today? The chat history is I have asked hi. Bot says hi, hello. How can I assist you? So let's say if I go ahead and ask what is generative AI, okay, all the previous information I really need to record it somewhere, right? So let's see, after this, the chat history right now is this much, right? So generative AI, also known as so and so, all the information is coming up. And after that, your chat history will also get updated. And the best thing is that I'm streaming all this specific data, okay? So how streaming actually works and all, we'll also be discussing about that. So here you can see in the history, I've asked what is generative AI, and this is specifically all the information. Now, this is what we are going to implement step by step. I'll show you each and everything. Again, all the files regarding this, all the code regarding this will be given in the description of this particular video. So let me go ahead and let me solve this specific project. So guys, I have opened my VS Code over here, and right now if you remember in my previous video, I've discussed about all these things like vision.py, how you can actually play with images with the help of Gemini API, Gemini Pro API. Then we also discussed about some kind of simple Q&A chatbot. Now in this video, I am going to show you this entire code with respect to this QA chat.py. So here is what is my entire code I'm going to specifically write. Step by step, I'll try to show you what all things is basically required. As usual, first of all, we need to have an environment file with respect to Google_API key. This you can actually get it from makesuit.google.com. So from there, which will basically provide you all the features to create the API key for Gemini Pro. The first thing is env file. Once we create the env file, then we will go ahead and start implementing our code. If you have not seen all the videos in my Gemini playlist, I would suggest go ahead and have a look. So let me quickly write over there all the code. So first of all, I will go ahead and load all the environment variables. So for this, I will use for .env import load_.env. Okay. And then we will go ahead and initialize load_.env. And finally, I'm going to import Streamlit as st. So I'm going to use Streamlit over here. And remember one thing, guys, there are some important libraries that you need to install that is present in the requirement.txt. Everything will be provided in the description of this particular video, the GitHub code, right? So I'm going to use Streamlit, Google Generative AI, and Python.env. All this library needs to be installed before I head, right? So I'm importing Streamlit.as.st. Then I will go ahead and import OS because I will be requiring it. And then I will say import Google.Generative AI as Gen AI. Okay, so I'm going to use this library only for doing all my tasks. Now, initially, whenever we load any environment key, first of all, we need to set this in my Gen AI. So for doing that, I will write genai.configure. Configure is a method where it will be asking for the API key that I have. And since I've already loaded that from my environment variable, so you can see that os.getEnv, I'm using this Google API key. Okay. Now the next thing over here, I will try to create a function to load Gemini Pro model. Okay. So here you can probably see Gemini Pro model and get response. Okay. So I'm doing this, and here you have model.genai.generative model. I'm going to initialize my generative model itself. And in this case also, I'm going to use Gemini Pro. Okay. So Gemini Pro and Gemini Pro Vision. For conversational Q&A, we will specifically be using this one that is called as Gemini Pro. Okay. And then we will go ahead and execute it and write chat model.start_chat. And here I'm going to specifically use history. Okay. So this history will also maintain all the things that we are probably going to have in our conversation. But I will show you another way where I'll use the power of Streamlit to store all the history in a form of a session. Later on, you can also put that inside your DB, or you can also use it from your session itself, right? So first of all, let me go ahead and define my definition. So here I will basically write definition get Gemini_response, and inside this response I will specifically give my question, whatever question we have asked. So this function should basically give me the response that I'm getting from the generative model itself, like from the Gemini Pro, right? So this question, I will send it to my LLM model, and then I will specifically get the response. So here I'm going to write response chat.send_message. And here I'm going to basically write question stream is equal to true. Okay. So stream is equal to true because as the LLM model is giving you the output, we are going to stream it and we are going to display it, right? And then we will go ahead and return the response. So once this response is basically coming, this response is nothing but it is the output, right? When we specifically get response.text. Now we are going to initialize our Streamlit app. For initializing it, what we are going to do is that I'm going to use these 3 fields. One is the Q&A demo, Gemini LLM application, page config and header. It is very much common. The most important thing is that if I really want to record the history part, right? The history of the conversation, we will initialize session state. So in Streamlit, it provides you session states for chat history if it does not exist. So I'm saying if chat_history not in session state, then we will go ahead and create a session state and we'll write chat_history over here. So right now it is blank. As soon as we have any conversation, later on we will try to record all those, we'll try to put all those conversation inside this particular session state. That is what we are going to look at. Then in the next step, we are going to basically say input is equal to st.text_input. And here I'm going to basically use input, and here we are basically going to write key is equal to input. Okay, so input will be my variable name, in short, whatever text box I'm specifically using. Along with this, I'm going to also use a submit button, st.button, and here I'm going to basically write ask the question. Okay, so what I've actually done, I've initialized my session, okay, session state. So over here, that the name of the session state is chat history. Okay, now if I click on submit or input, right, basically both the fields input should also be filled. Okay, so if both this condition satisfies, then what I will do, I will go ahead and call my get Gemini response, and here I'm going to basically give my input, whatever input I am probably giving it. Now as soon as it calls this function, it is going to get that message and it goes to get that response. Okay, now the next thing is that add user query and response to session chat history. Now see, as soon as I probably have created this input, this is what is my input that a user has given, and this is what is the output that we have got, right? Now what I'm actually going to do here, for all this entire history, right, we are going to save this in our chat_history session state. So for that, we will go ahead and write st.session state. Okay, st.session state, and here we are going to basically use chat_history. Okay, chat_history, and I'm going to append with this specific, let's say I'm going to write you, basically you who's sending the message, and then I'm going to basically use input. Okay, so I am storing all this session inside this particular u variable. Okay, and finally I will get my response also. So let me write over here st.subheader, and here I will write a statement saying that the response is, and in short, I have to probably display the response. Now understand one thing. We used something called a stream is equal to true. That basically means this entire response can, without getting the entire content, can also be populated in whatever pages we want to probably display, right? What do I mean is that now my process did not have to wait for the entire content to come from LLM. So as LLM is sending text data, whatever response it is basically sending, it is going to display it in the front end screen. Okay, so that is what we are basically looking at. So now I'm going to write from chunk in response. See, that is the reason when we write stream is equal to true. Okay, that basically means we get the access of all the streaming data. And then we can write a for loop, and I'm saying from chunk in response, and here I write st.write, and we will go ahead and write chunk.text. So we are displaying the text part by part, and along with this, I will go ahead and append this entire response, okay? And here, instead of writing u, I will write bot, okay? And inside this, instead of writing input, I will go ahead and write my entire chunk.text. So what I'm actually doing is that as soon as I get the response, it is coming in the streaming manner. We are displaying it, and accordingly, we are also appending in this chat_history. Okay. Now this is perfect. This is done. And finally, what I will do is that I will just go ahead and create my history, because I need to display all the history, right? So here I will go ahead and write the chat history is, okay. So this is what I am going to basically implement. And and here I will say for role comma, I will create two common variables in st.session state, and here I'm going to use my chat_history, okay. Chat_history, and whatever is there, it is either in the key value pairs u : bot : some kind of answers. Here I'm going to basically write st.write. I'll use a f1 over here, and I will say role : and then here I will say text. So in this specific format, okay. Role : text. Now let's go ahead and see if everything works fine or not, okay. And I will go ahead and open my terminal. I'll delete this. Let's see. So we are now displaying perfectly all our details. This venv has got activated. I have already shown you in my previous video how to activate venv environment also. And here we will go ahead and write streamlit run qachat.py, and let's see if everything works fine or not. So it has got executed. So here is my things. I will say hi, how are you? And then we will go ahead and ask the question. Let's see whether we'll get the response. The response is I'm a conversational AI chatbot. The chat history is having all the details, okay, and it is giving chunk by chunk. You can see over here, right? Let's ask some other question. My name is Krish Naik. Okay, something. Krish Naik. What is your name? Okay, something like this. And I will go ahead and ask the question. Let's see whether this is getting saved or not. Okay. So here you can see, how are you? My name is Krish Naik. What is your name? I'm a chatbot assistant. I do not have a name. Bot designed to help users, so and so. So all the information that I probably type it over here along with the response, it is getting recorded in the chat history. Now this is what I really wanted to show it to you, and it was so much easy. Many people had asked this specific question. In my upcoming video, what I'm going to specifically do is that I'm going to create a PDF document with the help of Gemini API. I'll show you different embedding techniques, how we can convert a word into vectors, and then how we can utilize for a normal document Q&A kind of thing with the help of Gemini API, right? So I hope you like this particular video. This was it from my side. All the information regarding this will be given in the description of this particular video. Thank you. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye.